Welcome, everybody, to GCon 2024. Thank you all for being here, and for all of you folks at home, we appreciate you all for tuning in. Today, we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of Mythic Legions. And the 25th anniversary of our company, Four Horsemen Studios. So we couldn't be happier that all of you were able to attend and hang out with us today. And today we're going to be presenting the reveal of Mythic Legions' Reign of the Beast. I was telling a few people in the hallway earlier that I believe that this is my favorite line in quite a few years. I mean, there have been some spectacular waves leading up to this, but you guys are literally going to be blown away by what you're going to see. I can't really reveal too much of it. Just know Rise of the Beast means beasts. It's awesome. And that's my favorite kind, is all the monsters in Mythic Legions and all the crazy stuff. You know, to me, it's cooler than the knights and dwarves and stuff. Those are all cool, but the monsters is where it's at. It's what I've always loved, and you guys are going to be very excited to be here for this. With me, as always, is my business partner, Jim, a business partner, Eric. I'm Corn Boy, and I'm going to pass things off to Jeremy for Mythic Legions, Reign of the Beasts.
Thank you very much, CB. We are incredibly excited to be here. You mentioned the anniversary, such a special year to be here. Everyone tuning in at home, everyone in the room, this is incredible. Last year was the first time that we did GCon from this location, and we kind of were sneaky about telling people that we had more room for non-interns. And we had a lot of people last year. And I was expecting this year would be around that, but we have 250 seats in the room, and every seat is packed and the entire room is filled all the way to the back. Absolutely incredible. This is going to be exciting. Let's kick right into this.
Oh, okay. Let's do it.
Anything you want to add?
I will let you take it away, Jared.
Okay.
Let me wipe the wimpy tears. Love you, Corn Boy!
So what I will say is, as we broadcast, I'm sure a lot of comments and questions are going to come in. We're not really seeing a lot of those comments and questions, but we do have time for Q&A at the end of this special, both in the room here and online. So we made some time for that. We did that last year, and it was really special. Yeah. If you had enter studio, you can come right in. So 10-year anniversary of Mythic Legions. You know, a lot of people think about that first Kickstarter, and make sure. We're good? Yeah. A lot of people think about that first Kickstarter, and they think about the fact that that was the 10-year anniversary, but that was when it started. But realistically, Mythic Legions started in February 2014 at the Toypocalypse show at Toy Tokyo in New York City. I'm sure if you guys think back to that initial show, it seems like a lifetime ago.
It really does. It really does. I barely remember it at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, I barely remember anything, but that in particular. I do remember that, like, the people who are our fans at that time, not a lot of you were there for that show, maybe one or two of you, and they were blown away. They said, "Oh, this is great. This is what you have to do," except we had planned to make them 3 3/4 inches, and they said, "You have to do it at like 6-inch scale." And we're like, whoa, we might have screwed up here. And everybody was saying they had to be larger. They had to be larger. And at that time, 3 3/4 scale was it was doing okay, you know, and 6-inch scale, maybe the Marvel Legends or things like that were doing okay, but we said, okay, we'll try 6-inch scale, and it was a amazing decision.
Yeah.
And that's what we're seeing here. This is a shot from Toypocalypse. These were those smaller scale figures that were actually 2-ups.
Yeah.
So they were kind of like 8 inches.
About 8 inches, yeah.
Yeah, those who came to intern yesterday got to see some of these original pieces in the display cases, including that Purple Knight.
Yes.
So that was the start of Mythic Legions. But so many people know, once again, the start is actually being that Kickstarter. February 2015 was when that Kickstarter went forward. At the time, this broke records as the highest grossing action figure Kickstarter ever, a record broken 2 years later by the advent of Decay Wave. But what's crazy is, you look at this, 1,166 backers were in on this original Kickstarter. We're going to have more than that here at LegionsCon this weekend. That's incredible. That's right. Now, just with a show of hands, how many of you were original Kickstarter backers? Seriously.
Wow. That's awesome. You guys literally built Mythic Legions and our company.
Yeah.
We appreciate that.
Now, this is not only an anniversary of Mythic Legions and Four Horsemen, but every year is technically an anniversary of G-Con. So this is the first ever G-Con in July 2018. G-Con 1 Apocalypticon.
Was that what it was called?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
You went to it.
I can't believe you came up with that name.
You didn't. It was a fan vote. It was fan
that's
submitted.
right. That's right. It was on the old message board.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that was in the little office. I mean, it's the same building we're in now, but the little office upstairs. And just so you guys think I'm not picking on you with this old photo, that was actually me from the first ever G-Con.
Look at those chubby cheeks. Oh, what a cutie.
So that was myself from the first ever G-Con being interviewed by Iz.
Iz looks the same.
Yeah, Iz.
He's just as old then as he is now.
Apparently a tough 10 years.
And that brings us to where we are today. Again, that 10-year anniversary of Mythic Legions, Reign of the Beasts. This is a very special wave. This has been a year that we've done a lot of reflection. We've looked back a lot. And this is a wave that also looks back a bit. So the beasts have been with this line since the very beginning. The factions for the heroic legions of light all bear the names and the symbols of these heroic beasts. In the first age of the realm, armies of nightmarish soldiers marched across Mythos, set upon the total destruction of all that stood in their path. The Great Mother Selene refused to allow her home to be destroyed or her children to be slaughtered. Calling upon her power, she brought forth 4 mighty warriors to stand against the evil forces that the traitorous Helios had wrought. These warriors would be known as the Great Beasts, and Selene created each of them specifically to match the horrors of the evil generals called the Dark Four. One by one, these mighty beasts emerged. Taking their places as the leaders of armies dedicated to protecting Mythos, they would defeat their evil enemies during a period that history would one day call the Reign of the Beasts. And that brings us to where we are today. That brings us to this wave. That brings us to reveal number 1.
You're not ready.
Now,
You're not ready. You're not ready.
normally, Eric, when we do these reveals, we build up and we start, with some characters, some, army, the soldier characters, and we build up to some of the big. But this is the 10-year anniversary of Mythic Legions. I think we got to switch it up. I think we got to go big right from the start.
Let's do it.
Reign of the Beast reveal number 1 is Bassylia. We haven't even shown the picture yet. That's just the name.
It's a good start.
I told you weren't ready.
So, seeing this photo, again, Trevor's amazing environment shots, obviously his amazing turns as well throughout this. I love seeing both of them. I love that shot we just saw with the environment. I love seeing these colors against that black background. Eric, why don't you tell us a little bit about what we're seeing with Bassylia here?
All right. A lot to unpack with this one. Bassylia is a character that's been designed since before that first Kickstarter. So this is a character that for me is a long time coming. And this is a character that actually has, been kind of a blessing that we didn't release this character early on in the line. Because I just don't think we could have done her justice the way that we have now, just with the ability to add the new parts that we were able to do here. This figure is pretty much new top to bottom. I think probably the biggest add from a parts library standpoint is the entire lower half of her is a snake build, which the vertical part of the figure, all of that is broken into individually articulated sections. The part that comes down and curves at the base of that vertical section has a pre-posed curve in it, but we also have a switch out set of sections so that it can actually be articulated fully top to bottom. The end of the tail, it goes from segmented articulation to bendy at the tail tip. The torso and arms are a brand new reptilian 2.0 female build. New head with a lot of detail going on. And even for Bassylia, early on, the idea was that she was going to use the wings that, we've used all the way back from Aetheron and the bird figures. But, Bassylia is a big deal. So she gets a brand new set of wings that really fit her theming and her overall look. And they're also a little bit smaller and a little bit lighter, which is going to lend itself well to posing and balancing on that snake tail. And I don't know if it's in the pictures, but she also has a small base included as well, just to again make sure that if you want to get dynamic poses on that snake tail, you'll be able to ensure that she holds her balance and stands up.
Yeah.
In other words, Eric could have easily just thrown in the old bird wings, but he tries not to suck and did some new stuff.
And look,
I don't know when you sleep.
Last night. Also looking at the pictures there too. There's an all new Serpenspire staff as well. The original one was always a little top heavy and tough to pose with. So this is a sleeker, more lightweight rendition of the Serpenspire. So that's another one I've been wanting to do for a while.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got a few sets of hands here. We've got, you just mentioned the Serpenspire staff, the magic effect. We've got doesn't come with an alternate head. This just comes with the one character head, but it's huge with that big headdress.
It's just those red feathers. There's 12 of them.
12 red feathers.
And they're separate pieces that I'm imagining will be a pop-in piece when you get it out of the package.
Absolutely. So let's talk about Bassylia's bio a little bit and the price on this. So Bassylia is a deluxe figure. Bassylia is going to be $45 in the direct pre-order. Now, the prices that we're going to be talking about today, these are the direct store Horseman pre-order prices. As we've revealed recently, if you buy this at, from us later down the road at a show or whatever, that'll be at actual retail price. So this is a true discount for pre-ordering early through Four Horsemen. We will, at the end of this, reveal segment, talk about this particular wave, what the all-in looks like, and what the pre-order period will be. We always get a lot of comments about that, so we'll get to that at the end. But Bassylia, her role is she's a sorceress goddess, and her race is a, how do you say it? Coetal. In front of all these people, I suddenly clammed up, which I don't do. Like, I love being on stage, and you've got me worked up. The third of the great beasts to be called forth by Selene, the winged serpent Bassylia, was granted the ability to access the magic that shapes the universe. Leading an assemblage of scholars committed to wielding the burden of such considerable abilities, Bassylia and her followers were instrumental in shifting the balance of power in the First Great War by removing Paxos's forces from the battlefield. As enigmatic as the powers that these scholars wield is the mystery behind the disappearance of the Coetal, a race of serpentine beings like Bassylia. No one knows what happened to these beings, or if they do, they are not revealing that secret. So in addition to finally being able to get the third of the great beasts, the introduction of a brand new race that we have not yet seen in Mythos, in Mythic Legions. That's really cool. You've wanted to do, reptilian characters, snake characters in this line. I remember there was some talk about them almost getting into Advent of Decay at one point. So this really does feel like a long time coming, both from the character standpoint and also from the standpoint of just the race itself.
Right. Yeah. Bassylia was going to be at one point, the final figure in the stretch goals of Advent of Decay. And again, I have to say, I'm glad that it didn't happen, because it would have been much lesser of a figure if it would have been done if she would have been done back then.
Yeah. Even looking at some of the original sketches that were done for Bassylia, it used a lot of Advent of Decay parts, because that's where it was at that point. If it was going to make it in, it would have used some of those pieces. So the fact that you were able to do, the brand new chest that really has that motif there, that was very, very special. I agree that the fact that you were able to wait for this is excellent.
Right. And
talk a little bit about when you were thinking about this character. Obviously this is not just an I love you gift to Leandor, which we know he's thrilled for this. Yes, Leandor has a girlfriend. But this very Mesoamerican style influence on this character, that's something that I think is really cool too, because we've always talked about these real world influences that have come into Mythos. Obviously these sections of our world don't exist in Mythos, but the influences do on you as a creator. So talk a little bit about bringing some of that cultural motifs and aspects into this design.
A lot of what we're talking about here today is, we're at a point, and we're going to talk about it more later in the presentation. Like, we're at a point in Mythic Legions where we're moving forward, where we've kind of hit a crossroads in a storytelling standpoint. And so our idea today with this wave was that to go forward, we need to go back.
Yeah.
And part of that is we have purposely stayed away from certain character types, certain races, certain cultural influences, because there was a time and a place to bring these elements into the world of Mythos. Yeah. And that's what we're opening the door just a bit here with this wave to getting a new look at what the world of Mythos looks like. And that's exactly why the decision was ultimately made not to bring this sort of reptilian snake influence character. And that's why we've stayed away from, certain cultural influences, up to this point. And so just as a creator, it's very exciting now to start opening those doors up and really expanding on what Mythic Legions can be. So it's, this is an exciting moment for, creatively for us at the studio, and just, I think, for where the line can go at this point.
And being able to do that fully serpentine lower body, just from a development standpoint, one of the things that's always exciting to see is that back and forth. We talked yesterday at Intern about how everyone works together, so well to move these different projects forward. Figuring out how much of this lower body should be articulated, how much of this lower body should be bendy. Even the decision you talked about. So that decision, that curved piece that allows Bassylia to kind of lay like this, stand like this. There was the conversation of, should we do that? Should it be bendy there? Can it be bendy? Because we also want her to be in a flight pose. And the decision to create that alternate piece and then include both of them, just the thinking that went into the lower body alone on this from an engineering standpoint was very impressive.
I mean, this lower section of this figure took longer than the rest of the figure to figure out by quite a bit. We even got to the point with this where Chris worked with the factory, and the factory has already sent us a rough prototype of a bendy tail. Within weeks of this being finished, they had that over just so we could determine whether or not we were making the right decision and whether or not it was actually going to work, because it is a very new addition to the line, but it's a dynamic piece to throw into the parts library. So, I already, I can't wait to see what customizers are going to do with this, and it's just, I don't know, break some new ground for the line, which is always exciting.
And it was fun when that came into the office, seeing, everybody get this part and just do, because that's what everyone does, right? That's what it's for. Your whole point is to test the bendability of it, but just that be the first thing you do. It's kind of a funny, only at Four Horsemen Studios type situation.
Exactly.
Another cool aspect of this character is she's a Legions lady.
Absolutely.
She's one of the primary Legions ladies. We get these requests all the time that we want to see more female characters in the line. It's interesting because there's been a narrative for years in action figures that the females don't sell. And some of our female characters in recent waves have actually been the best sellers, or, number two by a few pieces than the number one. So there's absolutely an appetite out there for it. And luckily, the world of Mythos is populated by some very powerful female characters, including Bassylia.
Yeah, for sure. I love a character like this because, Bassylia is a female character that kind of breaks the mold from an action figure standpoint of what a female character can look like. And I don't know, that to me is rather than kind of staying pigeonholed on what a female character looks like, doing something wild like this, like I said, it kind of breaks the mold a little bit, which, I think is unique in the toy world. And just, it's exciting.
It is. So looking at this wonderful shot that Trevor did for the environment here, he's captured this great kind of environment, this, really lush type of area. Because again, remember that what we're looking at here, we put Bassylia in the Convocation of Bassylia faction, but one of the things we're going to realize is none of these factions existed at this point, because this is the first age. So this wave is really set during that first Great War. The Dark Four are in Mythos. The Great Beasts have been created by Selene to fight them. They have these armies behind them, but the formal creation of the Legions of Light and those heroic factions with the Beasts' namesakes, that hasn't happened yet. So that's where we are thematically here. But I love this area. I love that, this is an early version of Mythos. I kind of think Trevor snuck some secrets into this photo. Like, I see some stuff on the periphery there. Does anyone else see that? We couldn't get that one past you? No? Well, maybe that's something that we'll see later on in the presentation. But once again, Bassylia will be a deluxe figure. She will be $45. That's the direct pre-order price. Should we move forward? Mythic Legions Reign of the Beast reveal 2. They've already seen that teaser. So maybe we should just show them that.
That is an excellent idea.
Is the Serpenspire Royal Guard.
Is Ramirez's boyfriend. Here, get some. All right.
So,
That'll be about enough.
before we go forward, something happened yesterday at Intern for a Day. So, Intern for a Day, you are in one of the side rooms, one of the conference rooms, and you're doing your sculpting demonstrations. And I come in at the start, and there's just a sphere. That's how everything starts. You start with a sphere. And then you take comments from the audience, and you sculpt that there. You know which one I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I come in, and there's a full-on snake head on the screen.
Yeah.
And I look, and Richard Jones is in that session. And he posts and he's like, Eric can sculpt a snake warrior. And I'm just like, oh goodness, is Rich going to be excited tomorrow? Eric, tell us a little bit about what we're seeing here with the Serpenspire Royal Guard.
So, we created a snake body. So we really, we're creating a new race along with that. And so rather than waiting a couple waves to start populating this new group of characters, we thought it appropriate to, put Bassylia in the wave and give her a guard type character. And so, this one does use the same, almost the same build in the lower half of the figure. There is the uppermost tail section is slightly different because it is made to fit a 1.0 build. So between these two figures, you'll have the ability to attach this lower half to a 1.0 figure or a 2.0 figure. And then you can see on the tip of the tail here, the kind of what would be a rattle section or tail tip section is a different add-on piece here. So that's going to be an interchangeable spot on the tails. We'll be able to switch out different tail tips. Some of the body parts on the upper half are familiar pieces in the line now, but when creating those reptile parts all the way back in Cosmic Legions 1, we had plans for those in Mythic as well. So it's exciting to kind of bring that to the to the table here. And again, theme wise, we were able to bring more Mesoamerican influence to this figure. And cool. It was cool to bring some actual weapons from that part of the world to the wave. The figure's got 2 different heads, closed mouth head and fully open mouth, which rather than an articulated jaw, I preferred that just because the open mouth it's so expressive, and it just wouldn't be as dramatic of a piece with just an opening and closing jaw. And a little bit of CGSM soft goods on here. You don't see much of it there, but it is there, and it's awesome. So our first snake soft goods, and I mean that's I don't know. I think that's about it. But it turned out to be a really cool figure.
Yeah.
Though again, both of these, the paint schemes on both of these are amazing. Sherry did Bassylia, Cameron did this figure, and I think it's for me, it's cool just to see like what they did with those paint jobs, because there's a lot of similar parts, especially on the lower half of this, but they have two completely different looks and feels. So they did a really nice job of getting two distinct figures out of that snake build.
Well, one thing that's cool about this, you just mentioned that lower serpentine body. This one comes with a 1.0 top piece adapter. Other one comes with a 2.0. So, I mean, right out of the gate, we're thinking about customization. We're thinking about how people are going to use this, even the armor on this figure. So the fact that you can totally remove all of that chest armor and that headdress, as great as it looks with all of those elements added, you also wanted to create, more of a bear snake warrior to give people customization and display options. So what we're seeing right here includes both that second head, the one we saw in Trevor's initial shot with the closed mouth, and it takes off both that headdress and it takes off that armor. I mean, look at this build out here. A
lot of stuff.
There's a lot of stuff here.
Yeah.
All those bracelets, obviously the weapons you just mentioned. So that brand new club weapon, and then talk a little bit about that shield and what you did, because we've seen the shield before.
Right.
That's one of the dwarf weapons, but then you've got this new attachment behind it that creates that feathered look.
Yeah, I mean, it's that. This is again where the paint we can transform some of these figures. I mean, figures in some of these items in such a way where it brings a completely new life to that part. And the shield was a great example of that, because in looking at what we had available, I just happened to see that shield as I was working on this, and the angles and forms and shapes on it really lent itself well to this overall theming of this figure. And then so to kind of take that to the next level, we created this feather attachment that hangs on the back of the shield, kind of over the handle, and looking at reference and what the shields, look like of that time and place, recreated what that shield could do for us.
And this piece here, so in the Bassylia shot, we didn't see this originally. The Bassylia accessory shot, it does include that extra little piece as well as the display stand. This one, we see that little extra piece. So all the way to the right of this photo here, we see that those two little segments. Right. So that curved part that we saw both on Bassylia and on the Serpenspire Royal Guard, that's what you would remove and you would put this instead?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And that's two segments. So there's an articulation point in between those two, and then it just seamlessly replaces that piece, and then you've got just even more articulation in that tail piece.
Now we've got the club, we've got the shield, we've got the magic staff. Interestingly, people were asking yesterday about. I just happened to walk into one of your sessions where they were asking about, do the stories, do the figures start with the story, or does it start with the figures? And you said both. Sometimes it's one, sometimes it's another. And the best is when they kind of work together and they influence each other. Originally, this character had a spear instead of this magic staff, but the bio, as we're going to see in a moment, made you think about like, oh, I'm going to switch out one of those to, make it have more of that magic powers type character. So I'll read this. So this is another deluxe figure. This is also going to be $45 in the direct pre-order. This character is a soldier, and it's another Quaddle. Members of the Quaddle, a reptilian race long vanished in Mythos. The Serpenspire Royal Guard were comprised of the highest ranking soldiers in Bassylia's den of followers. Possessing fully serpentine lower bodies like Bassylia herself, only the high mages were above the royal guards within the ranks of the early convocation. Equally adept at wielding weapons in melee combat as they were with weaving together powerful spells, no one knows how these soldiers disappeared from the realm. Or perhaps that disappearance is not a mystery, but is one of the many secrets locked away in the vaults of Ophidian. So right there, that reference about being able to, melee combat or weave together spells. I just love stuff like that. I love those behind the scenes type things where we talk about the development of that. And that's one little part of the bio that influenced how this got presented.
Yeah. Like you said, these are, these are pre-faction characters. And that bio was basically like a little reminder about the magic part of, what would be the convocation of Bassylia. And so and then it made so much sense to throw that in there to my eye, ultimately it makes for a more interesting figure because you've got this juxtaposition of, this brutal melee weapon with, a more delicate and, magic wielding type staff. So it's just a cool contrast. And I mean, you're right, there is so much bouncing back and forth between, which one of those comes first, story or figure. And I think this is also fun to see too, because, we've seen, the Hera Serpenspire all the way back in Advent of Decay, and, her motif and the Serpenspire and her hand and stuff. And now we're going back and seeing the origins of this, which, from our standpoint was fun to kind of dig into and play with.
Speaking of fun, one of the things that Mythic Legions has done since the very early days is drop secrets. Drop little hints, drop little elements of story, little threads that, in some cases, it's taken 10 years to finally pull on that thread and stuff. So that's been kind of a fun element here as well, is kind of filling in some of those blanks. Bassylia, the character that she is, the race that she is, the Quaddle, thinking about that and introducing these new characters and introducing some of these additional mysteries, maybe while we're answering others. That's a fun part about looking back as well, because we are, very much looking forward. You mentioned earlier that this is an interesting wave, as was Ashes of Agmendor earlier this year, where that first story arc of Rise of the Dark Four, that ended last year here at G-Con with the Rising Suns wave. Obviously, there's still story that we need to bring out there, but wave-wise, figure-wise, we're now looking at that second arc. So both Ashes of Agmendor and Reign of the Beast provide this nice kind of like gap area. I've always thought about it in terms of comics, where at the end of an arc, you have a couple standalone issues that are some of the coolest issues because they're stories that just flesh out the world and flesh out the characters. And I really like these waves. I loved Ashes of Agmendor. I love this wave because it's fleshing out times, an era of Mythos, that first age that we know so little about.
Yeah. That's because as we've talked about moving into the kind of the next phase of Mythic and with the new arc and everything. And early on, it was just a lot of how do we do it? How do we do it in a way where it's not abrupt?
Yeah.
And then this one, we actually knew what it was going to be before Ashes of Agmendor. Like this one presented itself to us, and it made a lot of sense. And then, Ashes ended up being it was a lead up to this wave.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It was in a lot of ways. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a fun question too, because people ask us all the time, when do you start working on these next wave? And it's a complex answer, because when do you start sculpting versus when do we start talking about it?
Right.
You know, I mean, we start talking about it and strategizing and figuring out things. You just mentioned earlier we were going to do it here, but it got pushed over there. There's a lot of strategy that goes into how we're going to present this stuff. So, I mean, for me personally, G-Con is such a sigh of relief because we've been living with these secrets for so long, so much longer than even just this, you know, like since the last wave. Like, it's not even that since the last wave, and now we've been living with these. In some cases, this has been much, much longer. So to finally get out here in front of this wonderful audience, in front of this online audience, and be able to reveal this stuff is incredibly exciting.
Yes, indeed.
My favorite part is his bladed tail.
You like his bladed tail, huh?
Yeah, it's
He's serious.
wicked.
What are you thinking, Jim?
I'm very surprised. I didn't see this stuff during the process. You know, and the last couple of days I've been seeing everything completely put together. It's really taking things in a whole new direction, and you know, very exciting.
Those two look amazing together.
It's
Amazing.
I mean, that's an interesting point that you bring up, Jim, is these things don't just live fully assembled in the studio.
No,
like in many
never.
cases, this is the first time any of us see them actually fully assembled.
Myself included.
Yeah.
I saw one back there that I had not seen put together until today. You know, I've seen it every step of the way, but not together.
Our very own Joe Vassapolo, who's bringing out the figures, he's typically the first person that lays his eyes on that completed figure, because he's the one that assembles all this stuff.
That's true. That's true.
Joe, because Joe assembles it, makes sure everything looks good, and then sends it to Trevor. And then Trevor doesn't have to reassemble. It always stays together perfectly. Trevor did an amazing, amazing job with these photos under an incredible time crunch. Some of his best photography, I think, in the line so far in this wave.
Yeah.
I've watched his demonstration at the studio, you know, and we see the photos come in, and I still just, it's unrealistic. I don't know how he does it.
So once again, the Serpenspire Royal Guard is a deluxe figure. The direct pre-order price is going to be $45 on that. Let's move ahead to the third reveal in the Reign of the Beast wave. And speaking of wonderful shots from Trevor, this is yet another new type of character, another new race in Mythic Legions. This is a character called Gehenna. Gehenna is part of the Circle of Poxis, of course, as we said, wasn't really a Circle of Poxis, but this is a character that fought with Poxis in that first Great War.
I warned you. I told you you're not ready.
So it is really hard to get a sense of how huge this figure is. So this character, this is an Ifrit.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit why you wanted to create this character, what went into this particular character in the choice here.
Well, this one is another good example of, you know, we're talking about, you know, things that might be in a wave and get moved over here, moved over there. Part of the inspiration for this character is I've wanted to do this smoky lower half of a figure for years now. It was originally something I wanted to do with Kalazir in the Poxis wave. Then I wanted to do it again in Necronominus with the Undead Builder pack. So third time is now finally a charm. The idea of doing an Ifrit type character is also something that we've wanted to do for a while now, and you know, kind of a companion piece to Kalazir. Definitely a much more menacing companion or counterpart to that character. And I mean, even just talking about this figure, it's very hard to get past the lower half of this figure because it's it's again very different than anything we've done before. It's big, so it just it really is so much of what this character is. But he's also got a massive new head with these huge horns on it, new pauldrons, new flaming sword, and flame effects on the head and on the for the hands. The figure's brute scale, so he's absolutely larger than a standard figure, and of course, we wanted to not only include that smoky lower half, but we wanted to include a set of legs as well. This way, if there's a couple of things going on. Like for one, we like the idea of being able to give both options for this, but also that piece, as I said, is large, so it it also allows if shelf space is an issue, or setting up a scene with them is an issue. There's a couple of options there.
So you talked about some of the accessories here. This shows that accessory shot. It shows that head, that new necklace, that flaming sword. I mean, that alone is just a huge piece with those, translucent type fire effects. And the flames on the arms, those are not a reuse of what came with Azahazar. Those are resized specifically for the brute, correct?
Yes. Yeah, the Azahazar ones are much larger than this. And I think these, I haven't tested this yet, but since these are brute scale, which is much closer to a 1.0 scale, I suspect that, at the very least from a customizing standpoint, these would work well on a 1.0 figure.
Yeah, absolutely. Seeing it for the first time here, because again, this is what I've seen. I've seen these photos. I mean, and this is a tough figure, I have to imagine, Trevor, to shoot just because of the size of it. Even just when I was trying to do layouts on the website for some of the graphics, it's really hard to use because it's just a weird shape with that big tendril. But seeing it in person, you mentioned if you need more shelf space, I have to rethink my entire display to be able to fit this monster in there.
Yeah, and one thing I didn't mention on that, you can't really see it in the photo. You might be able to see it a little bit here, but at where the more horizontal section of the smoke meets the more vertical section, there's an articulation point there. So it's articulated at the waist and there. So you're actually going to be able to get some pretty good pose change ups with that lower half, and there's a lean to that more vertical section. So if you take that and spin that around on the figure and then spin the tail around, like now it's kind of leaning back and more into the torso, but you create a more aggressive type pose where the figure looks like it's lunging forward a bit more.
Yeah. I mean, that right there is great. The fact that even something like that's essentially a base. That's kind of the function of that. And even that base has that articulation point. But I mean, even the legs, you talked about wanting to include that was a decision. And in true Four Horsemen fashion, it was like, okay, well, that's certainly going to add to it, but we wanted to make sure we had the flexibility. We wanted to make sure that, like you said, people that had different type of display options they wanted to do for it, or maybe wanted to buy extras. I'll say that again, buy extras. It's my job, guys. I am the marketing guy. Okay. It's what I have to do. It's what I love to do. But no, it gives that flexibility. So much of the success of this line through these 10 years has been because the Legionnaires they go big when it comes to these figures, because they don't see them as just the figure in the character in the package. That's that's table stakes. That's what they start with. But then this fuels, these are creative elements to fuel their own ideas and their own customs. So giving them more pieces to do that, it's something that made sense here, but it's also something that is that a surprise? That's been the core of the line since the beginning.
Right. Yeah, I get made fun of at the office because a lot of times when somebody will bring in a tray with parts on it, and the question is, do we include this or do we include this? And my answer is generally, well, let's just do both. This is certainly a case of that sort of decision making. Right. Like we could have very easily not put the legs in, but I buy action figures. I play with this kind of stuff, so I know that to not have that option is it can be a disappointment. So
say it with me. Eric tries
not to suck.
Well, the other thing that always happens is the build gets put out, and because Joe has to pull the parts, Joe always pulls extra parts. Because Joe puts his spin and he's like, wouldn't this part be cool? Wouldn't this? And Joe comes in, and I want to say he argues his case for those extra pieces, but there's really no argument because it's always cool. And you're just like, yeah, that's cool. And you have a way that you say it that's just like, yes.
Well, and that's why I lean on Joe heavily on this stuff, because Joe knows the parts library better than I do. And so he'll know, say if we're trying to put a chest strap on a figure, he'll know whether or not it fits or not. And so he'll bring me, not one alternative that would be a good idea. He'll bring me three. And then it makes it very easy just to go through and figure out what the best solution is for the piece. So, we're a good team as far as including extra parts in the package.
We're all focused on that.
Yeah.
So Gehenna is a deluxe brute scale figure. He's going to be $50. So a little bit more than our brute scales have been in the past, just because of the addition of those extra legs. Couple dollars to get those legs, well worth it on this figure. He is a berserker, which is a new role that we're adding here. And again, a new race, an Efreet. Fiends normally tethered to the infernal plane. Efreets often act as cruel jailers to those unfortunate souls who find themselves trapped in that hellish realm. An elder Efreet named Gehenna was summoned to Mythos by Poxus during the First Great War. A living inferno who consumed all who stood in his path. Gehenna escaped the spells that banished the rest of Poxus's army, only to find himself defeated by a Quaddle High Mage who imprisoned him within a copper lamp. Originally kept in the secure vaults of Ophidian, the lamp has mysteriously disappeared a number of years ago. That magical vessel's whereabouts, along with the horror trapped within, is currently unknown. So the cool thing about this character in this bio, I think, is that while we're looking at the first age here, this is also a character that bio-wise, we don't know where this character actually is right now. So this is kind of one of those, maybe those potential threads that may get pulled down the road at some point.
Right. Again, it's part of that theme of to move forward, we're looking back.
Yep.
And there's reasons why we want to do that. And this is helping to set up what the future of Mythos looks like.
Very cool. CB, any other thoughts on this character?
He's like a red Hulk with horns and smoky crotch. No, he's awesome.
I think I have to rewrite the marketing copy for this character now.
He is awesome.
Very cool. So 3 figures in. We've got a couple of the Quaddle characters, so the same race there. We've got a brand new race. I think we're already seeing some of what we're doing with this Mythic Legions line as we move forward. The idea to introduce new ideas, new races. This is something that we're really going to be seeing throughout today's presentation. And it's something from both a collector standpoint with these figures, I'm excited for. From a story standpoint, I'm excited for. This where this is moving the line. It's interesting that we're looking back and yet moving forward with this in so many ways. That I think is something that Legionnaires are really going to appreciate, because I know as a fan, I certainly do.
Sure.
So speaking of new races, things like that we've seen so far, a new role with Berserker. The next reveal that we have to show you, we're going to get that loaded up in a minute. This is new in some ways. This is something we've seen before, but we've never really elaborated on this. And I'm excited to bring this character in here because this is a faction symbol that we've seen before, but we've never elaborated on this faction. So for Reign of the Beasts reveal number 4, do you want to introduce this particular character?
I guess. You're better at it than I am.
I always get nervous about this name. I did Gehenna.
All right. So this is Arraya the Talon Bearer.
So this is a faction logo that we've seen before, but we've never elaborated on this. This particular faction is called the Sect of Arrayas, and this is Arraya the Talon Bearer.
I heard a lot of voices in the background back there. He ain't done.
So Joe has just brought out Arraya the Talon Bearer, but he gave us a little, wait, there's more, because there is a little something extra in this photo I see.
Finally! I wanted a dragon.
There you go. There's your Mythic Legions dragon.
No rioting now.
We just brought out a dragon. We expected the pop in the room to be even bigger. Tell us a little bit about what we're seeing here, both with Arraya the Talon Bearer and with this familiar character that's with her.
Where to begin? So, yeah, this character, like, it's hard to talk about because you haven't done the bio yet.
Do you want me to do the bio?
Do the bio first. I think that it's appropriate on this one.
Okay. So I'm going to sneak through the photos. Boom, boom. So Arraya the Talon Bearer is another deluxe figure. She's going to be $50. Her role is a cultist, and her race is unknown. Active during the First Age of Mythos, the Order of the Five Pillars was a cult whose beliefs were considered deeply heretical. Daring to question the story of the realm's creation, these cultists worshipped ancient creatures of immense proportions who they believed had existed in Mythos for untold ages. Members of these cults and the familiars that manifested as an extension of their faith were driven from the kingdom shortly after the First Great War. A scholar who initially fought beside Bassylia, Arraya the Talon Bearer broke from the convocation to found the Sect of Arrayas, where she chronicled the evidence that formed the basis of these cultist beliefs. While those writings were ordered destroyed, evidence suggests that they were actually saved by members of Ophidian and remain hidden within the vaults of that kingdom's great library.
So,
a lot to unpack there.
Yes, indeed.
New faction with the Sect of Arrayas, new kind of role with the cultist. We've got a familiar. Where do you want to start?
I guess I'll go through the figure kind of specs first and then get into past that. So, this figure has Well, first off, there's a gorgeous set of soft goods on this from CJSM. And interestingly enough, there's some familiar elements to the soft goods here, which I think that might be from a soft goods standpoint the first time that we've kind of gone back and done like a specific referencing like we did here. And then on top of that, she's got some new. You can't even see them there, but she's got some new wristband, serpentine wristbands, serpentine anklets. The head is a very elaborate new head as we said in the race, unknown. So she's a cultist. So she's wearing a mask here that hides her identity. The staff. She is the Talon bearer, so she has a giant talon attached to the top of the staff. Don't know where that could have come from. And then her familiar is, as you can see, it's quite a large additional piece here, and that figure is going to be, it's full bendy from head to tip of tail. The arms and legs are articulated, and the head is on a ball joint. So it's quite an articulated piece. And the flight stand that's here in the photos on the table, that's also included with this piece. So the familiar can float around her the way we've got it in the photos and here. And looking at that bio, looking at the design of this character, looking at the faction symbol, this character, this design is really, it was a lot of fun for us to play with, in that we've seen some of these elements before, and now we're going back and playing with the origins of what, you've been seeing for years within the line. So it's kind of an access point for some different things going on in the line right now. And so, you see the collar pauldron area on her. You see that patterned front loincloth type piece and the colors of her robes. And those are very specifically tied into Arazak from the Paxos wave. And then, of course, as Jeremy mentioned, we've seen that faction symbol years and years ago, and we've been waiting to unveil a connection there. And just starting to scratch the surface of how this character and what she's all about, like how those implications have rippled through mythos over the years.
Yeah, very cool. I mean, when you showed me that the character was coming with this, growing up, I always loved any characters that came with the little companion character.
Me too.
They were always the coolest ones, right?
Yep.
And then we did Valak and Dubon, two of my favorite figures that came with their respective, bird characters. So having this familiar, this dragon familiar with this as well, such a cool addition. It adds so much to it, and it's big. Like it's interesting when you look at a photo like this that fully extended. I believe you said it's larger than her Talon. So right. for sense of scale, I mean, this is a 2.0 figure. So looking at Arraya here, how tall she is. That Talon spear or weapon that she's holding is very tall, and the dragon fully extended would be even taller.
Yes.
So that's sizable piece that we've got going here.
Yep, we got to fit that in a package.
We got to find a way to fit that in a package. Yeah. So she is a deluxe figure. I mean, and again, because of everything that this figure comes with, the addition of all of those soft goods, they adds so much, but that tailoring that CJSM team is able to add here, that the factory is able to recreate, those are definitely premium pieces. Again, we keep looking back. We keep talking about the early days of Mythic Legions. Soft goods are one area that has come leaps and bounds from where we were in those early days. Just those cut out pieces of fabric
with holes that weren't quite on center. They're like off center and everything.
I mean, I can remember those early days. The most common question for new Mythic Legions fans was, how do you put on the capes? And what are these three little weird things that come in the package? You know, the wing adapters. Those are the most common questions. There are articles on Source Horseman that answer both of those because we got that question so many times.
I think Walt has a giant collection of those.
He does. I sent him like 5 or 8 pounds of them at one point because I had so many. And even today, whenever anyone asks in the cabal, whenever they say, how do you put on the capes or how do you do this? Without fail, Cullen is the first one on there with a link right to that article. Cullen is just doing the work over there. So yeah, absolutely. The soft goods on this figure are stunning. That's an area that I really think has elevated the Mythic Legions line as a whole in the years since the early times.
I mean, this is a character like this we could not have done. I mean, it really, you know, starting with the Poxus wave, really, there was just so many characters that if we didn't have the ability to do, you know, real soft goods, like I don't know what we would have done with those types of characters.
It's a blend too, though. You know, even like what we saw with Scapular the Crypt Breaker last year, where he's got, you know, some soft goods, but he's also got like the sculpted thing. I love the fact that this is an element in the toolbox at this point, that when you design these characters, you ask yourselves, what's the right choice here? I think about Jacob Marley from the Figura Obscura line, you know, or the Frankenstein's creature that came out just a few months ago. That, you know, plastic sculpted coat, but with the soft goods pants, it's adding more to your repertoire. As a creator, does that really give you more flexibility to work with to create more things with fewer limitations? Because now you know it can be executed either as a fully sculpted and painted part or as soft goods?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I you know, even this figure, she's got real chain on her.
Yeah.
And so, you know, there's multiple ways to achieve the look. And like I said, the more tools in the toolbox, the more creative we can be, the more possibilities that there are at our disposal. You know, even you mentioned Scapular, she's a similar character. Her, you know, head shroud piece is a sculpted piece. And then but directly below it, there's a soft goods piece that goes right up against it. And it, you know, it reads seamlessly. Yep. But it absolutely gives me the ability to, you know, control the look in a way that, again, you know, but pre CGSM, pre soft goods, like, you know, that just wasn't available. So it's, you know, just helped really expand the line in a wonderful way.
Brings a lot to it.
Yeah.
CB, what are you thinking about Arraya the Talon Bearer?
She's beautiful. I can't wait to play with that dragon. Everybody has been hoping for a dragon. There you have it. It didn't quite meet the 3-foot length that I wanted, but
excellent.
this next guy that's coming up, I have to go use the restroom.
Okay.
But I want to see that before I go use the restroom.
Okay, so you're going to move this
I was
down.
saying that monsters are my favorite, and I just saw this figure that's coming up a couple of days ago when Trevor sent over the photos, and even you just saw it for the first time a couple of days ago, and I'm blown away by it. I can't wait. Can't wait till you guys see it. Monsters. Love monsters.
So we are running a little bit ahead of schedule.
Okay.
I'm excited, and I just want to get to the next one. Like, I love talking about these, but I'm so excited.
I gotta pee.
All right. Well,
Go ahead.
we're a little ahead of schedule, but I think that's okay because I think we have a lot to talk about with this next character here.
Yeah.
As we talk about moving the line forward, as we talk about finally being able to reveal stuff that we've been working on for a number of years. This is a figure that I'm really excited to be able to talk about, to be able to finally get out there. And knowing how much work you've put into this, I have to imagine the same is true for you.
Yeah, because there's kind of the I think the initial reveal, and then we'll talk further.
We'll
about
talk
it.
further. We will talk further.
Been
Do I
waiting
have
for
to-
this type of character for a long time?
Do I have to do the bio for this one before we talk? Or do you
No, I
wanna-
think we can jump in on this one.
Mythic Legions Reign of the Beast reveal number 5 is a character called Wendaje the Cackler. Wendaje is part of the Legion of Erythir, or at least he fought with Erythir during the First Great War. Please say hello to Wendaje the Cackler. So
I'm taking this one home with me.
let's just get this out there right away. This is the most articulated Legions figure ever. This figure does have double jointed elbows and knees. Eric, let's talk a little bit about the Mythic Legions 3.0 body.
Yeah. So this figure, I mean, there's like I said, there's kind of the initial reveal of this is a brand new type of character. It looks like nothing we've ever done before. And I'll get back to that in a minute. But yes, let's talk about the 3.0 body. So we have talked about expanding the articulation on these figures for years now, and it's been in the works for quite some time. And really for us, for Mythic Legions, for the community, for the customizers, it's always been more than just adding articulation points into this. There's a compatibility to the figures. There's there's backwards compatibility to be concerned about. And so we've had to very carefully think about how we're going to introduce new articulation into these figures while still maintaining that backwards compatibility, and at least to a degree. And so we've ultimately got ourselves to the point where we realized this is, rather than trying to do a 1.0 with more articulation, this is so different now. It's such a step in a new direction that we are officially calling figures with this type of articulation treatment a 3.0. Like Jeremy said, it is the most articulated figure that we've done. And in this one in particular, because he's even got extra joints in the lower leg, so it's even further there. But this character has all of the same joints, like in the wrists and shoulders, that we're familiar with, but it has the addition of a mid-torso joint. It has butterfly joints, has bicep swivels. It has double knees. It has double elbows. So I believe we did the count, and I think it's over 40 points of articulation on this figure. So the other part of that equation is, what is the compatibility factor? What do we have to give up with this? And even also just what does a 3.0 mean moving forward? A 3.0, we're kind of defining as, it's not necessarily doesn't necessarily have to have double knees, double elbows, butterfly, all that stuff every time. It's something that's goes in a different direction than a 1.0 build. So you may see different mixes of those articulation points depending on what the character is, what's appropriate for the character. But from a compatibility standpoint, for the most part, it's completely compatible with a 1.0, with really the exception of the lower leg to knee connection. And this is why we've been slowly adding this into the line for years now. We started to add this mid-calf cut that has been, we've had it on the Jacob Marley. It was in Rising Suns. We've popped it into a few figures here and there. And so that on a figure like this, that will be the compatibility point. And then, anything from below that point will be compatible. Anything, it's still got that mid forearm cut. So anything from there down is compatible. So from like mid forearm to shoulder is a unit now, but still connecting with original torsos. So it's been a very thoughtful process on our end. It's something that we also wanted to find the right time to introduce this. And this is the time to do it. We've completed basically our first arc of story, our first group of characters. Mythic Legions is moving forward in a new direction at this point. It's moving into to new character types. Like I said earlier, just new creatures, and so we felt it was the time to bring new articulation, new ways to play with the figures, new ways to customize the figures. So that's my articulation spiel. What's exciting on top of that, so that in and of itself, we're very excited about. But this figure also brings a lot to the table as well, because this introduces a fur build to the build system. So all of a sudden now, we're going to be able to introduce characters, in this more, creature, as Jeremy likes to say, critter realm. So I'm personally just excited about that, because that's just opening up the door to characters that we haven't touched upon yet. And just, I don't know, I just like it's a Knoll is a classic, a classic fantasy character type. I don't know. There's just a lot going on with this figure. Like I think this one might be my favorite out of the way, which I usually don't pick a favorite. So
that's saying something, right, everybody? So let's talk a little bit about the bio and the price and everything. And then we'll go back and touch on some of those elements you just talked about. So Wend the Cackler is a standard figure. The direct pre-order price on this one is going to be $40. He is a hunter, and you just mentioned that the race is a Knoll. Not all of the soldiers who fought for Beathir in the First Great War were created by the jealous god Helios. Some of those warriors were turned to the side of evil. The Knoll were some of the Great Mother's most loyal followers, expert trackers who would be sent out to find and rescue those in need. A group of these Animalians were captured by the god of war's forces. Twisted and tortured, this gang of Knoll trackers eventually forgot the teachings of Selene and the natural instincts of their race to become Beathir's most vicious hunters, tracking down his enemies and dispatching them with ruthless efficiency. Led by the cruel Muindaje, this group became known as the Cacklers. While the peaceful Knoll are one of the races that has long since disappeared from Mythos, rumors persist of a pack of Cacklers who still roam the wastelands, hunting any who are unlucky enough to cross their path. Classic type of character, once again, fits in with this first age part of the story, but has a little thread there that at least there's rumors that they're still around today in those wastelands causing some havoc.
Yeah, I like that. It's almost becomes like a tall tale sort of an approach.
So looking at the build we've got here, let's break this down a little bit. We've got two brand new weapons. So, that alone, this is not only expanding the build system with the fur body, this is expanding the types of parts we have with this 3.0 body and the new articulation schemes we have while maintaining compatibility. But this is also expanding the armory with these weapons as well. That right there, some vicious, strong looking weapons as well.
Yeah. I think everybody around the shop was excited to see these new weapons come in, just because they're bringing something new to the table.
Yep.
Anytime we can expand on the armory, we're excited about that, just because it brings a lot of character to the characters. And again, this is something where we're starting to dip our toe into another real world land and culture. So these weapons have African influence to them in a way that we haven't seen in the line before. And again, that speaks to some of what we're starting to look at here story wise and character wise moving forward.
Also, we've got two heads. So like you did for the Serpenspire Royal Guard, instead of doing the articulated jaw, you wanted to do two distinct head portraits. I'm assuming, like you said, for the Serpenspire Guard, the way the facial structure changes when the character would be snarling like this,
right.
Is that why you wanted two distinct head portraits?
Absolutely. I mean, when you think about a hyena, it is that open mouth, kind of cackling, laughing sort of a yet ferocious look that they have. And I mean, just taking a head and dropping the jaw down isn't going to convey that that ferocity and that character that they have. So I mean, because the eyes squint, the nose snarls up. Like there's so much that goes on anatomically in the face when that expression changes. So again, for me, I'd rather just include a second head where you get the full scale look rather than kind of a half baked version just because you can open the jaw up on it.
Absolutely. So let's go back to the articulation a little bit, because that is something that a lot of people, I'm sure in this room and I'm sure at home, are wondering about here. We've touched on it a little bit, but I think it bears a little bit more detail. As you said, this is something that's been in the works for years now in different ways. And we've seen some of it in the line already. You mentioned the boot cuts, even the Valiant Knight. The Valiant Knight that debuted here at LegionsCon last year was part of this, kind of research and development process into how to add a greater range of motion to legions. We tried different things. The amount of extra cut you were able to get in that knight armor really provided an incredibly added range of motion, but it wasn't the only solution. To me, that's one of the great things about the Mythic Legions 3.0 body, or this 3.0 idea. The Mythic Legions 1.0 body, you sculpted that in clay over 10 years ago. Right. That has a history. When you think about how these figures look and what photographers like Trevor and many photographers that are going to be here at LegionsCon this weekend, the incredible poses they are able to get out of them with that kind of build that you created in clay all those years ago is a testament to the longevity of that. But as we talked about moving it forward, there was certainly an element of being hindered by having to make sure that everything is compatible with everything else. Right. And we had to break free of that. And we had to say, we want smart compatibility. We want to avoid painting people into corners, but every part may not be backwards compatible with every other part. So you mentioned here that the arms here, you can plug these arms into an existing 1.0 torso.
Absolutely, yeah.
So it's not like, oh no, none of these parts work with that. Now, of course, this armor is furry, so you're probably not going to plug it into a bear chest, but an armor chest, you could absolutely plug this furry arms into that armored chest. So there's still a lot of compatibility there.
Yes. Yeah. The butterfly joint was one of the trickier joints because, that is a pop apart area. Mm-hmm. So, that's, we've actually, for a couple of years now, we actually have fully tooled test shot butterfly joint torsos that we've had around the office. Like we've put that much, into it at this point where we've actually gone to tooling and, then gone back to the drawing board again. But that, those butterflies, they also still have to have the portholes in the back for the pauldron. So it's one of the funkier looking butterfly joints that you've probably seen. From an interior standpoint, from outside, it's, you know, it looks fine, but yeah, I mean, that's the idea, is that you'll be able to take this figure and immediately start including it in your, you know, your parts library and start mixing and matching. And I think, you know, I think they're going to be fun to play with, just from what we've messed around with the parts. And again, like, you know, we're doing it on these fur parts, so you're instantly bringing something new on a couple of different levels into the mix.
And I think that is my takeaway here, because we've said for so long, you know, we've got a number of toy fans that have asked for additional articulation points. You know, they love those super articulated figures. They want us to add more. Obviously, we have an incredibly loyal, you know, fan base of Legionnaires who love Legions the way they are. That's always been one of my things, where it's like, I want to improve, but I don't want to lose what brought me here, what I love about Legions. And we've had these conversations where we want to innovate, we want to move forward, but we want to, you know, understand where we are now and not blow up what has gotten us here. So we asked ourselves, and we said, we want both. That's why it's taken this long, not only to find the right spot, but we refuse to compromise and just throw it in there to check a box. We said, if we're going to innovate, we're going to do it without sacrificing what got us here. And that what makes me so excited about this innovation is the fact that I look at these figures, I know they're going to be an absolute joy to play with, but I see Legions. I look at that and I see the Legions figure that I love, that everyone in this room has got them here to G-Con Reign of the Beasts.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I look at these, and automatically, like, I'm already looking at those arms and thinking about what I would like to put that on as another figure. So to me, I feel like that's a good sign that, you know, in my mind's immediately going there. So,
I mean, even something like the feet. So this has actually not just the ankle peg in the foot. This has like a connector piece between them, that even something like that, because of the unique form of this animalian character, that provides extra range of motion and extra articulation also.
Yeah, I mean, that is also part of why this is the most articulated we've ever done, because it's got the bendy tail. It's got that extra joint in the leg. So yeah, I mean, it's got a lot going for it, a lot going on. And I think one of the things that's going to be cool on this one is with those double knees and that extra, leg joint there. Like, this figure is very tall and lean right now, but this figure will have the ability to get down into a deep crouch where this will actually become a pretty diminutive style figure. And with the extra long arms, we haven't tried it yet because it's prototype form, but I suspect that you're going to be able to get this in almost all fours. Yeah, which I think will be, pretty cool to have that kind of feral look, and some of them up on their hind legs, some of them, crawling forward.
Another thing I want to point out is, from a narrative standpoint, we had talked about, this is a vicious looking character. This is a monster character, as CB pointed out. But we also didn't want to paint ourselves in a corner and only be able to use these type of parts, even these null parts, to use them only as evil characters. Mythos is a much more nuanced type of world than that. So we wanted to be able, even in the bio, to write in the fact that there are, or at least there were, heroic versions of this race. To me, that type of stuff I think is really exciting too. Even being here this week, I had a conversation the other day where I came into the lobby and someone said, "Can I ask you a question?" I said, "Okay, they're going to ask when the dragon's coming out." There we go. But no, they asked, "What do ghost elves look like?" And I thought it was great, because that was a word that we put a race that we put into a bio, and we specifically did it. And it was like, are we cool with doing that? And I remember you saying, like, yeah, because now we get to figure out what ghost elves look like. So that variety for these types of races, that kind of nuance, I think is real special. And I think that this is going to allow for a lot of that. There's a lot of elements there.
Absolutely.
Jim, what are you thinking about this character?
Amazing. Like I said, again, first time seeing him, so it's, you know, it's exciting to me as it is for you guys.
Cornboy, you said this is the one you were really excited for in Monster.
Because Universal Monsters have always been like what I like the best, and seeing to me, a lycanthrope, a wolfman, a werewolf type, that's awesome. That's awesome. He's like, werewolves are my favorite. Sometimes, you know, get tossed up with the Gillman and it's like 50-50, but werewolves are my favorite. So this guy, it's just awesome to me to finally see this.
Awesome. Eric, anything else that you want to add about Wend the Cackler before we move forward?
I don't think so. I
We're
felt
good.
like I've talked a lot on this one.
You have talked with you. Well, I mean, you did a lot of work on this one, so I think that it's worth pointing that out. Because again, the work you did on this one, just leading up to this, all of that, like we said, R&D work that's gone in the last couple of years has led us to this point. This is one of the kind of surprises I was really excited about, because I have to imagine a lot of people didn't see us coming with this.
Yeah, he hasn't done any work on anything else, so we might as well put some work into this one. Hardest working man in showbiz.
So we're going to go ahead. We're going to do the next reveal. This is reveal 6 in Reign of the Beasts. I think this one is going to be exceedingly popular. I think this one's, for a number of reasons, is going to be something that people are really excited about.
I think so.
This is a character from the army of Leoddeus. This character is the golden pride of Leandor. So I'm going to read this bio here, and then we'll go back and we'll talk about what we're seeing. So the Golden Pride of Leandor is also a standard figure for $40. The role is a soldier, and the race could be various for this type of soldier character. The soldiers who fought beside the mighty lion Leoddeus in the First Great War of Mythos would go on to become the foundation upon which the army that bore his name would be built. Now known as the Golden Pride of Leandor, this battalion of warriors guarded Leoddeus's flanks as he fought against the fiery Beathir. After the war was won, the surviving members of the Pride would become commanders in the new kingdom that was formed, with their greatest leader, a man named Atarius, taking on the surname Leasir and becoming the first king of Leandor. Now, we should point out that this is not Atarius. Right. This is a soldier. But what that means is you may get Atarius down the road. Eric, tell us a little bit about this character. I mean, obviously, another character that's got real world design influences. This is drawn from, you know, obviously that Roman type Legionnaire look. So what made you want to do this attached to Leoddeus?
Well, you know, Leoddeus, just as a faction, has always had a Roman influence to it. And so, you know, we've always wanted to attach this kind of Roman armor scheme to the army of Leoddeus, or to Leoddeus, you know, as a character. And so we've never really gone this heavy into it in, you know, what's been the modern age of Mythos. So we felt it was appropriate here to, you know, to go into the ancient world, to, you know, do ancient Roman armor as kind of the precursor to what we've seen with the Leoddeus characters. And so, part of what that means and part of what we were excited about is it's a character type that we wanted to do and was appropriate story-wise, but there's also just the ability to bring certain types of parts to the parts library. And, this figure is almost 100% new top to bottom. So, we've had requests for like a Roman sandal type foot for years. So that's in there. We've got the Roman helmet here that not only has this cool like lion themed face that, ties directly into this Golden Pride theming, but it's also got an unhelmeted soldier head and a helmeted soldier head. So we're lots of looks immediately that you're going to be able to get with this figure. It's got the gladius style sword, over the belt, which was a traditional way of wearing that sword on the armor. The new skirt, the new pauldrons, new bracers, new lower legs, the torso piece, the skirt. It is just so many parts that you're going to be able to mix and match now with everything else. And on top of all of that, this is another 3.0 figure. And this automatically illustrates what I was talking about with kind of what defines a 3.0 figure. This figure has double knees, it has double elbows, but because of the construction of the torso and the sleeves, it does not have a mid torso or the butterfly joints. So it just goes to show where we can take this 3.0 type system where, again, we're going to use what's appropriate to the character, what we feel makes sense in that particular case, and not try to just force a certain articulation scheme into every single time we use that body type.
Yeah, I think that's an important part of this is the flexibility of this new 3.0 type body and build. Even the flexibility in this wave, we've now seen 2 figures in the wave that use this new type of body, but not every figure did. That type of additional tools that we can bring to the table, additional types of elements that we can add within a figure, within a wave, that variety, I think, is going to, continue to push Mythic Legions and Legions as a whole forward. And as I said for the last one, I want these Legions figures to look like Legions. I want to approve them without sacrificing what we've already built. So those intelligent design decisions, not to just add cuts to get an articulation point at the detriment to the sculpture itself, that makes me very excited for the possibilities because they are infinite possibilities.
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's look at this accessory shot here because we've obviously got the unhelmeted head. The fact that this is direct response to fan feedback and fan requests over the years. They love the helmeted heads, but they want to see the unhelmeted versions as well. So with this, you get 3 different looks that are possible. You've got the helmet where what you can't see is that lion faceplate. It looks like the head on the side of it, correct? Where it just slides in.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
So you can use the helmet either with that lion faceplate or with the other head. Now, instead of that helmet being like, a super rubbery type one that you can like force over the other head with the here, this gives you both options. You get, the nice helmet to get the look on the head, but just if you want to go fully unhelmeted, you use that third head.
Exactly. Yep.
Or you can use that head on other figures as well. Once again, that pop of that, you get so much in the package, being able to use that on other figures is a boon as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. And, we've talked before, about with face plates and things like that, like in the Necronominus wave, how that kind of created, a little new interchangeable system.
Yep.
And then those face plates then moved into cosmic. And then so the more figures we do with those, the more possibilities you've got for switching back and forth. And that's a little bit of what we're doing here with this helmet too. Like, you know, we see these 3 possibilities here to go on this figure, and, you know, 2 that go inside of the helmet itself. But, you know, it's set up to where we can continue to build off the system. That means not only new heads that can go in the helmet, but that means, you know, we can do more helmets that go on the heads. So anytime we can add like a new swappable category to the line, it's, you know, we jump all over it and get that in there.
You mentioned bracers. So these are not lower arm cuts. These are actually bare lower arms, and these slide on. Something that was first introduced with the ogre scale, and it's something that's, you know, started to come into the brute scale, and now we're seeing this on this particular, the 7-inch size. So you have full bare lower arms underneath those.
Yes. And really the reasoning for that on this particular piece is just, this is a, you know, a soldier character. And so if you know, say you buy 2 of these figures, even if you switch the heads out, you could take these bracers, have them on one figure, off of one figure, I don't know, switch the weapons around, you know, shield, no shield. And you can get 2 different looks, like, you know, with some nice variation on 2 different figures, rather than, you know, if it was the half cut on the forearm, it was a little bit more limited as far as that goes.
Yep. So besides that, looking at this, one of the things that stuck out to me immediately was that shield, that awesome design on there. Again, little design elements. I love the fact that looking at that, I see a wing, I see an antler, I see a serpent. So we're seeing the motif of the other great beasts that are actually represented on this shield, with that piece in the middle that is clearly the golden lion, Leoddeus.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, just, you know, design element wise, and again, you know, like saying, you know, we're going into the ancient world of mythos. So that's why going to an ancient Roman armor made sense here. You know, just trying to play with the idea of what the culture was at the time compared to like what the culture of mythos is in the days that we've been seeing with the faction system. And, you know, that motif on the shield really is what that's all about. You know, it's this idea of this, you know, pre-faction was kind of this unified front of the great beasts, taking on the evils that had been unleashed on the world.
Excellent. CB, what are you thinking about this character here?
He's great because it, even though, you know, you have monsters, you have like the sorceress with the monster circling around her. This still fits into the motif of the wave, I think, because you have that lion mask. So it still gives the sense of it being a beast, even though it's just a human. And it's so the armor is just spectacular on it. I love it.
I think that's a good point, Eric, is when we're planning out the makeup of a wave, and when you're thinking about sculpting all these characters, you know, one of the strengths of Mythic Legions has been variety. You know, we think back to that first Kickstarter. That first Kickstarter gave you skeletons, it gave you dwarves, it gave you orcs, it gave you knights, barbarians. There was so much variety within that first wave that kind of sense of there's a little something for everybody. You know, very fortunately, a lot of the Legionnaires love them all, but we know that people have their favorites. And that, I think that variety is a strength. So looking at a wave like this, early on, it was kind of evident that there wasn't going to be a human soldier type character, and understanding that that was a bit of a void. That kind of a character got worked in there in a smart way that fit, as CB was saying, with the theme, but still gave maybe some of those fans that this is their favorite type of character. It gave them something to have as their favorite for this line.
Right. Oh, and that is, you know, something that we really set out to do with any toy line we work on, and Mythic Legions is absolutely not an exception to that, is we love the character variety. We love that anything goes aspects, like to put a limitation on what type of character we can do, is absolutely something that we want to make sure that you could have a lineup that looks like this, where no two characters are really the same thing. And to be able to bring, again, we're talking about like these different cultural references, different time periods into it. But it's funny though, like, because this character, thinking back to that first wave, Vetus was in that first wave, and you can see, I mean, this is what the modern version of like taking some of those influences looks like, but there's that correlation, going back to that first wave, and that first wave had that little taste of Roman type influence in it, but then skeletons and magic users and everything else in there too.
The only way I think this guy could be better is if he had shorter legs, so he was a dwarf.
Playing to the lowest common denominator.
That's what I was trying.
No, I meant low because they're short. No, that wasn't a knock on dwarf fans. Excellent figure. Once again, this is a standard figure. The direct pre-order price of this figure is going to be $40 in the pre-order at Four Horsemen. Now, that pre-order actually begins tonight at 5 p.m. We're going to talk a little bit more about the length and everything then. But I think it's time to move forward. What about you?
Let's do it.
Mythic Legions Reign of the Beast reveal number 7. The final figure to be revealed in this wave. They're all looking at their watch and they're like, wait a minute, we're only less than 2 hours into the reveal and we still have 4 hours to go. I've been saying all week to everyone that this is going to be a G-Con reveal like we've never had. We're spending a lot of time looking backwards here, in this wave, and being nostalgic about the 10 years, the 25 years. But we've got some really exciting projects that we've been working on that we can finally start to talk about with you. So that's going to be some of the stuff that we talk about for the remainder of the day. But before we get there, we have to do reveal number 7. The final figure to be revealed in the Mythic Legions Reign of the Beast wave is the first of the great beasts to be called forth by Celine Leoddeus. Joe and his gags.
To be continued.
So Joe brought this figure out and the room erupted when they saw the size. Because
Thank you, Joe.
if you're watching this at home and you see this photo, you can't necessarily get a sense of scale for Leoddeus. Eric, when we did the Figura Obscura Anubis earlier this year, a number of people surmised that those paws that were on Anubis were going to be used on Leoddeus, which I loved reading that comment because we knew that Leoddeus was an oversized ogre scale figure and those feet were way too small. This photo gives you a sense of how big it actually is next to a 1.0. So go ahead, tell us a little bit about the King of the Beasts, the first of the great beasts to be called forth, Leoddeus.
It's actually, first, it's funny that you say that, because there's actually 2 characters in here with like kind of the animal paw, lower feet, and neither one of them. Anubis. So all of a sudden, there's lots of options as far as that goes. So yeah, I mean, Leoddeus is another one of these characters that has been designed and included in the line since before that first Kickstarter. Really his image has been present in the Army of Leoddeus logo from day one. So, you kind of know what this character has looked like all along. But of course, bringing it to reality, bringing it to figure form was, a different story, and quite a process to get this figure to the point that he is now. As you can guess by looking at that image there, Leoddeus is an ogre scale figure, maybe like an ogre scale plus figure. He's decked out in just the most just crazy armor. He's got the full on. We mentioned that shield in the last revealed, kind of this motif of the unified great beasts, and his armor is has that motif going through it in the chest plate, the belt area, the gauntlets. That's what we wanted to really portray here, is that it was the unity of these beasts and their armies that ultimately were what defeated the Dark Four. This guy, I don't know if he's shown it yet or not, but he's got 3 different face plates. So he's got the more standard look, the snarling look, and then the full roaring look. And so that's all interchangeable. Articulation wise, it's similar to an ogre scale figure, but this one also has some upgrades in it as well. First ogre scale with a bendy tail, mid torso, the addition of those extra joints in the lower legs to get that lion, that feline beast look, butterfly joints in the torso, as well as mid bicep joints on this one as well. And then the head joint is on a multiple ball joint system, and the mane itself is broken into several sections so that the head will have full range of motion. So even though there's a lot of bulk up there, the armor is heavy, the movement on this figure will be actually quite versatile, and you're going to be able to get a lot of dynamic poses out of this figure, even though he's just a massive figure.
So yeah, you mentioned, because when we started talking about this, you immediately were like, I want that roaring pose. I want the character. And I mean, Trevor captured it so wonderfully here, where it's just rearing back. This was actually the first environment. This might have been the first shot that Trevor took for this wave. So, I mean, he's coming at it. We talked about starting strong with Bassylia to start this reveal special. Trevor started incredibly strong by showing us this piece first, but that roaring pose with those clawed hands and that mouth, yeah, that's, again, smart use of adding these pieces to achieve more posability and playability with these figures while still maintaining that compatibility is the running theme.
Yeah. And if you look at these photos, what I really like about doing these multiple face plates and giving him the ability to change his poses so drastically, this is a very noble character. He's really the leader of these heroes, and so he can go from that first turn shot where he is, he has that look of a hero, somebody who can think through the situation and be thoughtful about how what the plan of attack is, but then going to that environmental shot where it's Leoddeus unleashed, and you can see he's got the goods to to back it up. So again, we love putting these extra heads in, extra face plates, just because speaking of photography, the what that gives to the photographers as a tool for just capturing different moods and different scenes. It's great for us to include it, because then we get to see so many amazing shots in turn.
Speaking of amazing shots, this is one, because of the weight of that hammer in prototype form, coupled with the fragility of this fully prototype figure, Trevor could only do so much with that hammer and him actually, using it. But this is one we always talk about when Trevor gets to shoot the figuras. It's so stunning because he's using production pieces. When this production piece comes in and Trevor and other photographers are actually using the production where he can hold the hammer because they're the final pieces, we're going to see some really cool dynamic shots out of this character.
Absolutely.
One thing worth pointing out is about the faceplate. So you always kind of see, messages saying there could be changes from prototype photos to production. And there is a change to point out here, just so people understand. While those two separate faceplates look like they could be used on the head alone, you actually do need the full crown. There's actually going to be two little pegs that are not seen in this photo on the front of those heads to hold the crown in place. We tried, friction fit, we tried some different things, but ultimately that was going to be the right solution. So the figure on display, the figure when posing, had the stability and that wasn't always falling off. So you can swap out those face plates, but you've got to use the crown.
Right. Yeah. This and actually you've been mentioning that this figure is one that has been done for a bit of time.
Mm-hmm.
So, this is actually, on its way through earlier in production than it normally would be at this point. So we're already seeing fine cuts on this figure, partially because it is such a top heavy figure. And there's, more going on with this than a standard ogre figure. We wanted to get as much time with the factory and engineer this figure properly as we can.
Excellent. So huge figure, oversized ogre scale, comes with the different hands, comes with a giant Leosan hammer. This is basically a deluxe ogre. This is going to come in at $80 in our direct pre-order. He is a battle god, as his role in his race is a lion. The first of the great beasts given life by Selene, Leoddeus the lion, towered above the brave soldiers he led into battle during the First Great War of Mythos. A shining example of bravery, Leoddeus faced off against the demonic Beathir, using his massive hammer to defeat the fiery god of war. Leoddeus' motto to be the shield that protects the realm and the sword that strikes those who would threaten its peace would form the core belief of the army that would eventually bear his name. That army would follow the example of unwavering dedication to military strength that Leoddeus showed during the First Great War, and his courage would be revered for all time within the kingdom of Leandor. CB, what do you want to add about this mighty lion beast?
Meh, it's all right. No, this is incredible. This thing, I cannot wait to get this thing in production and just beat the crap out of my dog. I'm kidding, I love my dog. But that's a phenomenal figure. I warned you guys that you're not ready. And again, this just exemplifies, I love this wave. This might be my favorite wave that we've ever done, just because of the beasts, and he is the king of the beasts, and it's just incredible. Nice job, Eric.
Now, for those of you in the room and everyone else coming to LegionsCon this weekend, this entire wave will be on display in the lobby out there. So you will be able to take photos of it. You will be able to get, much closer up, up towards the glass and stuff, so you can see these for yourself. These are the 7 figures in the wave. So let's talk a little bit about kind of the logistics of this wave, starting with the all-in.
Wow,
So
they all look so good.
They do. So the all-in price on this wave is going to be $320. Now, once again, as we've said, is those who don't pre-order will have to pay the retail price down the road. If you wait to get it from us at a show or elsewhere, that will be $125 more. So at the end of the day, we want people to make the purchase decisions that make sense for them. We certainly want them to add these figures to their collection. We know that not everyone purchases the same way. So for those who do pre-order from us, we wanted to offer that pretty significant savings off retail. That's what you get there at that $320 price point. Now, the period, this is going to start tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern time at Four Horsemen. And this is going to run until Sunday, December 29th, 2024 at 11 p.m. Eastern time. So you've got just a little bit shy of 2 months to get your order in for Mythic Legions Reign of the Beast, these 7 figures.
11 p.m. You couldn't wait till midnight? You couldn't stay up that long?
I always do 11 p.m. I always do 11 p.m. and I question, the 11 p.m. is the 8 p.m. for me of starting this show.
Yeah.
I always do 11 p.m. and I think to myself, I'm like, man, I have to set my alarm and wake up and actually turn the sail off.
He gets up at 5 a.m. every morning without an alarm, so it makes sense.
How many of you see the social posts on Instagram at 5 o'clock in the morning and they're like, oh, Jeremy's awake?
Yeah.
There
That's
you go.
the first thing that I see every time I wake up.
So now, one really exciting thing with this wave is that we have now completed the Great Beasts. We've got all 4 of the Great Beasts that are out there.
Well, 2 are too hard to get a hold of.
What did you say?
2 are too hard to get a hold of.
So you're saying that 2 of the Great Beasts, the original 2 we did, Xylon and Aetheron, while they're out there, they're too hard to get?
Yes.
That's why version 2s Okay. So we wouldn't do you dirty like that, you know. And honestly, Eric, at one point we had talked about all 4 of them being in this wave. But back to that variety, we kind of said that's a lot. I mean, there's already a lot of anthropomorphic characters in this wave. To flesh it out with all 4 of the Great Beasts, it made more sense for us to bring in the 2 that haven't been done yet, but then let you all know that do not worry. You will get a version 2 of Aetheron. You will get a version 2 of Xylona. And like you've done recently with version 2s, these are not just reissues of those characters. These are going to be probably head to toe new versions, improved versions of those characters. So we're now 2 hours into this reveal special, and we're done revealing the new Reign of the Beast wave. We've got some very cool stuff to go forward because once again, this is the anniversary year, 25 years of Four Horsemen Studios, 10 years of Mythic Legions. So much happens behind the scenes of things that we're working on beyond just the Mythic Legions wave, the Cosmic Legions wave, the Figure Obscura drops. There's a lot of other stuff. And earlier this year, when we were thinking about this, we weren't planning this. Like, we weren't saying, hey, we want all of these projects to come to a point that we can finally talk about them at G-Con. It just kind of happened. And I always talk about there's this kind of studio magic that things line up for us in such wonderful ways. This feels like one of those things.
Well, just like the guy asked the question over there. It's like magic.
Yeah, that was not staged. That question was not staged. I I obviously planned to present that version 2s were coming, but he just teed it up perfectly with that comment. It was like, yeah.
Still am, actually.
So these projects, as excited as I was about revealing this new wave, there's so many cool things that we have to reveal in the next couple hours that I'm really excited for this because this is some of the stuff that I really don't think our fan base, the Legionnaires, those in this room expect is coming. Agreed. So one of the questions that I get all the time from people is book updates. So for anniversary reveal number 1, we're going to talk about some book updates and announcements. So let's start with not an update, but an announcement, something that we've kind of hinted at, but we haven't officially said is happening. And that is the Cosmic Legions comic book. So it's not ready to go yet, but we got a little bit of a teaser for you. Featuring art from a member of the Legions community. We have partnered, working with an artist named Joe Suter for the Cosmic Legions comic book. CB, you want to talk a little bit about this project? Because you've had a really prominent role in the rollout of this.
Absolutely. And so far, I couldn't be prouder of the work that Joe's doing for us. It's amazing work that he's doing. This teaser you see has a lot going on. It's really busy, but when you see the full image, you'll be able to tell what everything is, and it's just nice. The pencils that Joe's been sending in to us and the inks that he's been sending in are just spectacular. Again, we're going to be. Did you say we're going to be offering?
No.
Tomorrow, when you come into LegionsCon, everybody's going to get an ash can of the book. It's a mini comic. It's a mini version of the comic in black and white, and there's just 4 pages of inks, 4 pages of pencils, plus some little bonuses and pin-ups and that I think that you guys are going to like. And everybody's going to get one that shows up. This has been a passion project of ours. We tried to do a Mythic Legions comic a while back. We did a 1-issue Mythic Legions art book, which we're very proud of, and I assume some of you have that. But now to move on to Cosmic Legions, Joe is the perfect artist for this. I think you'll agree when you guys see this thing, it's going to be beautiful when it's all finished. He's also doing the color work on it, which we've seen some early color work, some tests and stuff, and it's just looking beautiful. So this is going to be a black and white mini comic with a few pages of pencils and inks and a few pinups by, one is by a guy, Jeremy DeWitt, standing back there in the back. I really think you guys are going to like this.
Yeah.
And hopefully, if you guys are responsive to the initial release, it'll be an ongoing comic. And maybe we'll work on a Mythic Legions comic and then, a Figure Obscura comic down the road. We'll see how it goes.
So to build on that a little bit, one of the things that we've talked about for a while is we want to get more story of Cosmic Legions out there. From the very beginning, Cosmic Legions was story driven. But the pace of actual figures coming out isn't fast enough for us to be able to tell the story we want to tell. So we looked at different ways we could do that. And a comic book felt like the right format to begin with for Cosmic. By the way, if you guys know Joe Suter, if you have any connection, blow up his phone right now, send him messages on Facebook Messenger and congratulate him for the absolute kick-ass work that he's doing on the art for this comic book.
Darn it, he emailed asking how the ash can was, and I forgot to email him back that it looks spectacular. It just came in yesterday.
Well, it's okay. Joe, it looks spectacular.
Yeah, there you go.
So this is, as CB was saying, this ash can, when you come in to LegionsCon, when you come to the registration desk and you get your badge, they're going to hand you a free ash can. Anybody who checked in at intern yesterday, just see me today afterwards with your badge and I'll make sure you get yours, okay? It's got a couple pages of story. The story is by the two of us that have been working on this together. That's been incredibly rewarding to take the actual story and kind of have a narrative illustrated version of it. But to CB's point, this also features the images of Joe Suter, David Williams, who's here in the room as well. Trevor Williams has some photos in here, Jeremy DeWitt, who you pointed out, and Guy Dorian Sr. So it's got some nice pinup type stuff, some nice other pieces of art in here to enjoy.
Where is David?
David Williams right there.
Oh, there's David. Raise your hand, David.
So the next thing I'm going to talk about is Mythic Legions Rise of the Dark 4 Volume 1. This is the storybook. We actually revealed this 2 years ago at LegionsCon. This was 2 years ago. This was the LegionsCon in Secaucus, New Jersey at the La Quinta. I did a breakout session there, and that was the surprise. Eric joined me, and we revealed this. So this has been over 2 years in the making. One of the things I've discovered is, my goodness, does it take a long time to finish a book and get it edited and get it put together. So this has been just an ongoing project. I wish I had a date for you. It's still going through that process. The goal right now is to have this ready to go probably near the end of next year, maybe near LegionsCon next year. What I can do, though, is at least show you a little bit from that. Now, this book, Rise of the Dark 4, this is going to be a fully illustrated novel, okay? It's not going to be a comic book. It's going to be a novel, but with beautiful imagery and beautiful photography in that. We've already said that it's going to feature the art of Nate Barch. You've seen Nate's work. You've seen Nate's work on all our packaging since the earliest days of Mythic Legions. He's been part of this line, part of this company before Mythic Legions was a thing. His artwork is going to be all throughout this book. Additionally, we're going to have the wonderful photography of Trevor Williams. Trevor's photos have absolutely created the world of Mythos for so many of us. He's able to add so much to these wave reveals, so much to everything we do, that it's going to help flesh out this book.
And Trevor's sitting right here. Raise your hand. Oh, that's
He's
Nate.
back there.
Oh, that's Nate Strong.
Yeah, it keeps on giving.
Now,
Guy.
as amazing as these two creators are, the undertaking for this particular book and the amount of images we needed for it, amidst everything else that they have to do with their wave photography and their packaging, we knew we needed to bring somebody else in to help us add some kind of illustrations to this book as well. We've said this artist's name a number of times over the previous months. He's someone that we've been working with on a number of projects. Interestingly, it started with this. This was the first thing we reached out to this artist with, asking him to be involved with the studio. You've just seen some of the other stuff before that. So I'm happy to announce today that the third artist working on the book is none other than David Williams. So once again, the goal is by the end of next year, we're going to have this ready for you. But I do have a book coming. We do have a book coming a little bit earlier than that. The other book project we've talked about is Mythic Legions, the first 10 years. This is a book that's like a visual catalog of this first decade, this first story arc. Now, we revealed this at a show called MuskeeCon earlier this year. We showed some pages there. Good friend Pete McCarthy's show. This, we are at the point now where we are comfortable saying that we are expecting this to be able to order in early 2025. Okay? I was thinking that as soon as you got up. This book is going to have a page for every single figure that's come out in the Mythic Legions line so far. Every figure will be represented with Trevor Williams' wonderful photography. It will also have a list of the accessories and a photo of the accessories that came with. It will also have bio information. So this really is going to be kind of like an encyclopedia for this particular line. The website already does that. There's a lot of that, but this is cool. This is a big coffee table style hardcover book that all this information is going to be in. But in addition to all of these figure photos, there's also going to be a lot of behind the scenes type information. So for those who have been with this line since those earliest days, we asked how many people in the room have been with the line since Mythic Legions 1, that Kickstarter. This is going to feel like a walk down memory lane. You're going to be able to reminisce about all of these waves, all of these things that went on during these reveals or during these pre-orders. For those who are newer to the lines, this is a history book for you. This gets you all of that information from those earliest days because all of the stuff is going to be presented in chronological order. So very excited for that. One thing I can show you today is the reveal of the cover of Mythic Legions, the first 10 years. You excited for this book, Jim?
Love it.
Love it. You'll be able to see all of them, read about all the characters. Good stuff.
You know, I tell you, it's going to be, it's cool that, like Jeremy said, a trip down memory lane, because even us going through that, it's going to be fun to kind of like get that excitement back, like the first night of the Kickstarters and how it zoomed up and just crazy stuff that you would never have expected. So definitely I'm looking forward to flip through that book.
You mentioned that first Kickstarter. I was digging back into the archives and I found this photo, right? So this was a photo when that first Kickstarter happened. This was a photo that was used as a placeholder when a figure's prototype paints and photos and everything weren't ready to go.
Yeah.
Now, this was an actual photo from that first wave, correct?
Yes.
This was the Silver Knight Legion builder. So early on, I remember going on there and seeing like that silhouette for Azar and Zazar and all of these different characters. And it's funny that this was in many ways one of the first teasers for Mythic Legions. And as I was putting this together, I realized that the Silver Knight Legion builder from Wave 1, it's actually the only Legion builder from that wave that we haven't reissued or done a new version of.
Interesting.
Interesting. So in January or early next year, when we do put this book up for sale, it will also be available alongside a very special figure, Silver Knight Legion Builder 2.
I love that. Yeah. This one's so
If you remember when we did the Ashes of Agdendor wave a few months back, we put out that blue shield soldier that comes with all these extra knight parts. And we said, and people were like, yeah, you know, you build your soldier, but you got all these extra knight parts. And we said, don't worry, we've got a plan for that. This was that plan. So this silver armor is painted very, very similar to that blue shield soldier. It's going to be a wonderful base figure to mix and match parts. And because this is a Legion builder, the plan on this is that it will be priced similar to what we did recently with Skeleton Legion Builder 2.
By the way, Trevor, this photo is phenomenal, but that spear is going to do nothing against the skeletons.
More photos of the Silver Knight Legion Builder 2 will be made available as we get closer to its availability. But once again, early 2025, Mythic Legions, the first 10 years, along with Silver Knight Legion Builder 2. Anniversary reveal number 2. This is one that I don't think people are going to see coming.
And should I move and let Cam get over here?
No, that's 3.
Oh, okay.
Anniversary reveal 2. This is one we actually can't say much about. And it's funny because
Pulling it away before you even get
I'm lowering expectations. This is one that we've been working on for a little while, but it wasn't ready to reveal, like fully reveal. And we said, we've got to show something. We've got to announce it because this is such a unique opportunity to be in front of, all of our fans, all of our friends, to actually tell them about this. And Eric, this one's really interesting because in the 10 years of Mythic Legions, we've seen beyond the figures, other little things come out. Like, we've experimented with items like skate decks and, pins and things like that. Obviously we work with Retro Rags Limited for all of the t-shirts, the, wonderful hoodies that we're wearing here. So we love the idea of Mythic Legions getting out there in new formats and in new kind of ways that we can't bring to the table. Like we know how to make really awesome action figures, but we also understand that we can't be all things. And we want to partner with really cool companies and people that can bring that to play. Fair enough? Anything to add?
Fair. Very fair.
Should I just go forward?
I would say just go forward, and then
we'll talk about it.
Yes.
So, bit of a teaser announcement, a partnership that we have to bring Mythic Legions in a whole new way. We are going to be working with Sideshow Collectibles. So, now, to be clear, this is not us doing work for Sideshow. You've actually done that. You sculpted years ago Cantina aliens from Star Wars for Sideshow.
Yeah, people might not know that. Those are fantastic figures.
Yeah. This is something very different. This is actually Sideshow making our characters. So these are going to be Mythic Legions characters done as Sideshow statues. And the amazing. So they're going to be done totally through Sideshow. So they won't be offered through us. This is 100% going to be done by Sideshow. And what I'll tell you is we can't give you much more information, but around 1 o'clock today, I believe Sideshow is going to put up a kind of notify me when more info is available page. My personal plea to everyone here and everyone watching is let's show Sideshow. I knew I was going to stumble. Let's show Sideshow what the Legions community is all about. Let's blow this thing up. I want everyone to hit that up and say, I'm interested. Notify me when there's more information.
What time?
I think they're going up at 1. I told them that I would probably do this announcement like by 1 o'clock, around 1 o'clock, and I'm running a little bit early. So,
all right, it's
but it'll be today.
Side.show / Mythic Legions.
side.show/Mythic Legions. //
Forward slash.
For us, it's backslash
Whatever.
for that.
So, what do you want to talk about?
I mean,
there?
it is tough because we're so used to being able to talk about whatever we want, and here, like Jeremy said, it's just we're not ready to talk about this. It's just not far along. I'm trying to think what I can say here, but like Jeremy mentioned, we've worked with Sideshow in the past. We love Sideshow as a company. Their product is unbelievable. Like for me, for years and years, when we used to go to San Diego Comic-Con, that was the highlight booth for me every single year. I've got plenty of their stuff in my studio. And so, the opportunity to work with the best in the business is so exciting for us. And it's exciting because we're going to be able to bring Mythic Legions to more people. We're going to be able to show it and share it in a different way than we've been able to do before. And without spilling anything, what I can say is what I've seen, what we've discussed with them. You are not going to be disappointed with this in any way. It is going to be spectacular.
One of the other things I think is worth pointing out is we've been able to be on the design calls with the Sideshow team. As soon as we started talking to them, like the Zoom went off and Eric and I were still on, and I think we looked at each other and we were like, yeah, these are our people for sure.
Yeah.
Like they got it right from the beginning. They loved Mythic Legions. They loved the character designs, but they can bring something to the table to work with us. And it felt like working with the types of people we already work with in the studio. And that first call, I just was so enthused for what this is going to create.
Right. Because we're not really, we've been in the industry for 30 years, and we've been on the other end of the licensing conversation. And, so we're the ones getting, revisions and, taking direction and things like that. And so, we're still like being the licensor side of things it's almost uncomfortable at this point, but working with the team at Sideshow that we've been working with, they've made that very easy because, like Jeremy said, like they got it. They're picking up where we leave off. There's been no need for like any real comments or changes or anything like that. It's really they've given us options to choose from that are all good, and then we've picked the one just that we like the best. But again, we're so excited about this, and it's just. We don't know when like more concrete reveals are going to happen, but we can't wait to share more of this.
Yeah.
But once again, get online and set that up.
Hit that up.
Side.show/Mythic Legions.
Excellent. So because we can't talk too much about that, let's bring up something we can talk quite a bit about. Anniversary reveal number 3. So,
and I'll be stepping away for a second.
Okay.
I'm going to let Cameron come up here and take the stage. But Cameron, I'm a sick old man, but I'll still fight you if you don't relinquish your stage.
So I've been getting a number of questions in the last couple of days about the schedule of events for LegionsCon. Specifically, when we put this schedule up a few months ago, there were a couple sections on that calendar, starting with tomorrow at 2 p.m., that it said specifics to be revealed. And we said that while we cannot reveal what we have planned here just yet, we did want to say that it's a whole new way to adventure within the realm of Mythos. So we've got Cameron up here. We're going to bring Bill up as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, so let's, Bill Mancuso, we're going to bring Bill up too. While Bill's coming up. I'll just move to this slide. Oh, the delay. In all fairness, I didn't tell him what time he was coming up, and we are running ahead.
He is out there working.
He is out there working. That is true. That is true. Well, you know what? Bill's portion of this comes in a little bit, so we'll go to him in a minute. But Cameron, why don't you start us? What is anniversary reveal number 3?
Anniversary reveal number 3 is Mythic Legions, the role-playing game.
So, Cameron, this has been something that's been in the works for a while. Tell us a bit more about what this game is and really your role in this, because you've got a big, exciting role to play in Mythic Legions, the role-playing game.
I sure do. This started years ago. If you remember back in 2021, we went to PAX Unplugged in Philadelphia, and that was kind of putting the feelers out and seeing, what kind of potential there was in interest for a role-playing game, and it worked out pretty well. So since then, this has kind of constantly been in development, and then it really ramped up, I guess late last year and early this year. In January, I attended a 3-day seminar on production and getting games to the market and that aspect of things. And then in June, Four Horsemen was kind enough to send me to Ireland to Maynooth University to attend a week-long intensive course on writing for role-playing games and getting things published. So I've been working on this quite a lot for the past year. So we're announcing it now, but a lot of the work has already been done. What you can see on the slide there is actually a kind of a mock-up of what we have. That's not final art, but we wanted to show you something physical to let you know, yeah, this is already a physical reality in some sense. For those, how many folks in here are already role-playing gamers? How many? Okay, pretty good amount. So I can say this is 5e compatible. It's compatible with the 5th edition of Dungeons and Dragons. It's going to be produced under the OGL, the Open Gaming License, using the SRD, which is the System Reference Document. So and this is the 2014 version of 5e. If you've already played, you'll know that there's a version that's just hitting now. That's the 2024 version of the rules. We felt that sticking with the 2014 version was really appropriate for this game. It does what we want it to do. That's not a decision that was taken lightly. We actually discussed, do we come up with our own rule system from scratch? Do we license a system that's already out there? And we really believe that 5e does what we want the Mythic Legions role-playing game to do, and that is keep the focus on your characters, allow you to produce a character, level it up, power it up, take that narrative kind of journey that 5e is so well suited to. So there is no reason to reinvent that particular wheel that's already in place. So
5e, that's the most popular version of Dungeons and Dragons that's ever come out.
It's by far the most popular rule set for any role-playing game that's ever existed.
Okay.
And I think anybody here who plays 5e, show of hands, a few?
Yeah.
All right, so a few people are already familiar with it.
Yeah.
So
it's going to feel, for people that have played that, it's going to feel pretty familiar. But I know when talking to you, because I played Dungeons and Dragons, years ago when I was my advanced Dungeons and Dragons when I was younger. And one of the things that you had talked about was for those that maybe are new to role playing, this is a very like new person friendly rule set to get up and running quickly.
Yes, that's one of the things we liked about the 5e rule set and why we're publishing under the OGL, that open gaming license, because it is such a beginner-friendly rule set.
Good.
It's pick up and play. You'll be able to get into it right away. It's not like you have to learn the entire book full of rules in order to play, but it is very intuitive. So it'll feel very familiar to people who have played it. It was designed originally to feel very welcoming to new players, so we're leaning into that as well. But we're putting our own stamp on it. It's going to feel very much like a Mythic Legions game. At launch, when we initially released this, what we're looking at is, first of all, a hardcover rule book that will contain everything you need to play. You will not need any other book from any other system at any point. You pick up that Mythic Legions, the role-playing game book, that's everything you need right there, from character generation through game master tips and information about the world of Mythos. We'll also be doing a starter box at release that'll have...
It's more like this, right?
Yeah, more like this. It'll have a much more pared down basic version of the rules as an introduction. It'll probably have some miniatures in there. We are definitely doing miniatures with the game, and that'll be a good introduction. Something simple to get in, give you kind of everything you need. Probably, dice, map, miniatures. We're still working out the details on it. I think Bill can talk about the miniatures. That was his primary involvement.
Before we go to Bill, because one of the things that I know that when I first started playing Dungeons and Dragons, it was what you call theater of the mind. So you didn't need actual miniatures. And, recently I played with you where we used miniatures, and that was super cool. It was like a different kind of experience, both of them awesome in their own way. One of the things we've talked about with this game is, like, you could certainly use existing Mythic Legions figures if you want, or you can use these minis. And when we first brought those minis to PAX years ago, people absolutely they loved, like, our Legionnaires saw those photos and they went crazy. These have been in your studio for a while, at your office at the studio, and everyone that comes through looks at them and they're like, when are we going to get this? And you get asked that.
Just about every convention,
Everyone.
someone approaches me and says, "You guys going to do a game, or I make all my figures, my game out of your stuff," and it's just enthusiastic for this game. Finally,
So these were the first minis that were shown. I mean, you can even see that the Artemis here, her sword is broken because she's traveled back and forth a few times. So starting with this, this was a kind of proof of concept, but to take that proof of concept even further, we've recently done a number of other minis. We've got this shot here. So you've been doing this. You've been taking the digital files and posing them. Tell us a little bit about kind of what you've been working on with this.
so obviously everything is off of Eric's original sculpts and his digital files. So I'm taking all of his stuff and just posing them, which is tedious. It takes a while because if you think of an action figure, I'm not just moving an arm into a place. I'm moving the disc and the arm, the forearm, and the elbow disc and the forearm, and I'm kind of roughing out in a spot, and then I'm slightly moving each individual piece. And these guys are 30 to 40 separate pieces. So each one's taking about a day to manipulate into a pose. And some of the pieces don't have digital assets because they're from way back when it was still clay. And so I'm making pieces, and fortunately they're this big, so you can't really tell that it's not the exact piece.
Yeah. So putting all these together, posing all these, you've done a variety of different
I have
ones.
done a variety.
And now the ones we're seeing here, these are ones that you've been painting actually for display here this weekend. We're going to have an area outside, one of our display cases outside, that's going to have a bunch of the assets, these early assets from this game, correct?
Yep. We're gonna have that mock-up of the hardcover book. We're gonna have these miniatures, which they're not even prototypes; they're just proof of concept so far. We've had a lot of discussions in the studio about, what are the miniatures actually going to be and how are they going to be produced? Because this is, even though we're using the same sculpts, this is a whole different world with the game stuff. And if you know the miniatures that are out there, some are metal, some are plastic, some are resin, some are one-piece castings, some come on, a frame like a model kit. Some are pre-painted, so that there's a whole bunch of stuff for us to look at to determine what the prototypes and the eventual miniatures will look like. But this is going to be pretty close to what a final painted miniature looks like in any event, because it is going to use Eric sculpts. So it's definitely going to be Mythic Legions in a 28 millimeter scale.
That's great. And people ask us this all the time. People, I mean, when they look at Mythic Legion since the earliest days, they've asked, like, is this a game? Obviously, is this a movie? Is this a comic? But I hear game all the time because, Dungeons and Dragons is one of the influences that was in that mix of Mythic Legions from the start. So in a lot of ways, 10 years in, being able to announce this feels very much like coming full circle.
Absolutely. Yeah. We've made no secret about the fact that, Dungeons and Dragons just in that fantasy gaming world as a whole is a big inspiration behind Mythic Legions. And, even more specifically, the style of miniatures where, miniatures are, because they're so tiny, they're sculpted in a way that they're kind of over sculpted. Things are bolder, thicker, more pronounced than something that might be sculpted at a larger scale. And I always really enjoyed that style that miniatures had and tried to bring some of that to the action figure. So yes, it is very much a full circle type of moment with this.
So I'm curious, in doing all these, imposing all these, did any of them pose more of a challenge in one way than the others?
No, but I will say the ones with the capes were much better to work on because I could hide a lot.
And I know in scaling stuff down, like we couldn't just take the STLs, the digital files for the toys, and just scale them down to 28 millimeter, because you'd think, just make it small and everything looks right. But like you might see some early proof of concept out there where if you just scale down the weapons, swords start to look like car antennas. They're tiny, so you have to exaggerate that for the scale.
Some of those weapons I exaggerated so much, I thought they would look really bad because they're so goofy. But when they're this big, it looks fine. I increased the size of their heads and feet and hands. It's a weird thing when something's that small and it's normal proportions. It just doesn't work. So everything's kind of even more exaggerated than Eric was talking about. Like.
Yeah, but it looks right to the eye.
Yeah, when it's this small, it looks right to the
especially
eye.
in that scale. Yeah.
So this is an interesting reveal here after just doing the sideshow one where we're talking about how we're working with them. They're licensing Mythic Legions. This is something that when we talked about what's the right way to get this game out there, and we realized your passion for this, and we realized the in-house skill set we had, we decided to develop this in-house. So there's a lot of decisions that still need to be made. As you're seeing with these anniversary reveals, these are not things that we're saying you can go buy this today. These are things that we're giving you some roadmap for the next year or so. Developing this in-house is very exciting. Thinking about the plans going forward, we absolutely are hoping to have this, in game stores worldwide. Obviously, we already have a wonderful network of retailers, but before we get to either of those, this being such new ground, we're thinking of actually going back, kind of, again, kicking it back 10 years, We're thinking of doing actually a Kickstarter campaign for this. So talk a little bit, Cameron. We're still trying to figure out when that's going to be, but what kind of the thoughts are with that?
We wanted to go through a crowdfunding, and I think Kickstarter is probably the best venue for us for this kind of thing, because we already have an established presence there. But this is the kind of thing where it's going to hopefully bring in new people into the Mythic Legions, Legionnaire family, and get a lot of notice for people who might not be, action figure collectors, but still like the world, the fantasy, that kind of thing, and also be a new way for existing fans to experience Mythic Legions and to really lean into that narrative. So we're looking at kickstarting probably first quarter 2025, I think, and trying to get this out there in front of new eyes, in front of new people. And the Kickstarter is a great way for us to do that, because we get to see and gauge the reactions in real time and see how many people are picking up on it, how it's being received, and trying to get it out there. Also, I wanted to say that we have a pretty solid idea of what this release is going to look like. That hardcover rule book, the starter set, some miniatures, but that's not the end. This is just the start, because if all we do is put out a rule book, no matter how good it is, if there's nothing else, it's going to die on the vine without support, without a community, and without us producing more stuff. So we already have our own internal roadmap of things that we want to follow on with, providing the Kickstarter is successful, and it's we're going to go forward with this. We're talking about adventures, campaign books, splat books for all the factions you're familiar with, magic expansions, story expansions, map expansions. Just in the initial release, you're going to get a look at the map of Mythos in detail that's never been seen before. To make this happen, we have to go in and kind of fill in those gaps where, we've seen that map of the continent of Mythos. The, major settlements and stuff are on it, but we're asking questions in the studio now. Okay, well, what does the average village or settlement look like in Leandor or Zylernia? Who lives there? Who are the regular people? And I've been chewing Eric's ear off for most of the past year about, okay, cool, we're going to have magic. We know magic's in the game. Yeah, how does it work? Where does magic come from in Mythos? What actually powers these spells? Do we have clerics? Do they get magic from deities? Who are the deities? And stuff that, even though it's kind of been hinted at with the toy line, we never had to quantify it. We never had to put numbers to it. So now we're going to answer as many of those questions as we can, fill in those details so that you as players can continue to do that and tell the story you want to tell.
I got to tell you, it's exciting to be up here with the two of you, because I remember a couple years ago now, we went out to dinner. It was the three of us, and actually Joe Viteri, who is co-founder of LegionsCon. We went out just to have dinner together at Maggie's, and the idea, the kind of idea of the Mythic Legions role-playing game came up, and there was so much passion. You were both like, oh, we get asked all the time about this. So to now see this come to fruition and be up here to announce it with you is actually super cool. I think that this is going to be really exciting. Some of the things that you just mentioned is obviously this is going to be familiar for players who have played this type of version, but it's going to be familiar for Legionnaires. So the locations, the factions, the races, right out of the gate, what types of races are you going to be able to play in this game?
I'll start with, because in the role-playing system we're using in 5e, what they call in 5e class, we're going to call professions. What in previous editions was called races, we're going to call species. But the professions, the classes, are mostly going to mirror what you're already familiar with. A fighter is going to be a fighter. It might have a little different iteration. We're talking about, if you're familiar with the paladin class, which is like a knight. Well, we have knight. We don't have paladin characters in Mythos. We have knights and Templars. So we'll use those names and try to kind of tweak the abilities to the professions and the roles we've already established through the toys. And as far as species, at launch, we'll have as playable character species, of course, humans, elves, dwarves, orcs, goblins, jagualians, vampires, and skeletons. In future, as we can expand on this, we'll have more representation of like the subspecies, like, I don't know, maybe like, bog goblins or fuzz monks or something to that effect. But at launch, those are the ones. And another change from 5e is going back all the way to the 70s. A part of game design has been alignment. If you go all the way back to 1974, the original choice for your alignment, you were either lawful, neutral, or chaotic. And then we got into the larger system that most gamers will be familiar with, where you'll take that lawful, neutral, chaotic axis, and then you have a good, neutral, evil axis. So you could be lawful good or chaotic evil. We didn't think that fit too well for Mythic Legions, and also looking at the community of gamers recently, a lot of people are just not bothering with alignment at their table because they find it rules-wise maybe too restrictive. My character is my character. I know how to behave. I don't need to define it that way. So what we're doing is we're using the faction system. So your character doesn't have an alignment, but it does have a faction. So if your fighter or wizard or whatever is from the army of Leoddeus, that'll have enough background and guidance for how that particular faction behaves. And you can play any of the 10 factions, the 4 factions of the Great Beast, the 4 factions of the Dark Four, and the 2 independent factions, the House of the Noble Bear and the Sons of the Red Star. All playable, and also no species is tied to any particular faction. So you can play an orc from the army of Leoddeus or from the Legion of Beathir. You can play a skeleton from any faction. Now that's going to create certain role-playing challenges, right?
Can you play a skeleton from the Sons of the Red Star?
You sure can. Yeah, that was some of the most fun I've had so far, is actually trying to make skeletons a playable species in the game, because they're so different than any of the more human and kind of mundane options.
The stuff you've written for that is really interesting. It's funny, not that long ago, because there's a couple groups of Legionnaires that are playing their own RPG adventures right now. Legion's Quest is doing one, and as soon as they announced they were going to do this, I knew this was coming out, and I was like, son of a gun. If they had just waited a little bit. So you guys may need to shake it up, and the quest may need to, like, I don't know, go through a portal or whatever and land in Mythos. I know you're in Mythos, but you may need to land here.
No.
On that note, bringing it back around to the start here, this specifics to be revealed. If you're interested in learning more about this, you're actually going to be doing 3 different live play sessions on the 3rd floor of the LegionsCon Hotel this weekend. This one tomorrow from 2 to 4 p.m. is also going to be live streamed right here on Four Horsemen's YouTube channel. We're calling this our celebrity play session because, of course, Pete McCarthy's involved with it, and you got to be involved. But we do have 4 players that are going to be playing. Pete McCarthy is going to be there. Our good friend D Amazing is going to be playing. Actually, my son is going to be playing. He's going to be little mini Jeremy there. And then you brought in one of your friends to play as well.
My friend Raj Raval, who's also a Legionnaire but isn't here today, but I've been role-playing with Raj for years, and he's going to be sitting at the table. So tomorrow's session is going to be for experienced players will be able to jump right in. It should be fun for them. It should be fun for folks who want to watch either streaming or in person. And it should be a pretty snappy, short 90 to 120 minute adventure that's just an introduction to the concept of the role-playing game, to the system, to the way it works on the table, and kind of especially geared as an introduction for people who are new to it to look in on it and say, oh, okay, this is what's going on, and this is what a TTRPG, tabletop role-playing game is.
Yeah. So if you're at home, you can watch that live stream. Certainly, it'll be available on the YouTube channel, recorded after that. If you're here, we will have an audience, so you are welcome to go up to the third floor and sit in on that session. On Sunday, we actually have 2 sessions. You're running one from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. and then again from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. That is for more beginner type players. So you're going to have, if you want to come up there, you're going to be selecting some people to play within those games as well.
Yep. We have some folks already slated for the 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., but I think there's still 1 or 2 slots available for that. So if folks want to get in on that, let me know. I'll be around all weekend. We'll get you in on that session. And then the 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock session is open. We have 4 to 6 slots. Anybody can come and watch. Anybody can come and play. If you've never played before, that's fine. It's designed to be a friendly, fun experience for new folks to get into it and have an introduction to the tabletop role-playing game hobby.
Yeah, and if Joe wants to play, we got to get you up to speed so you can bring this into Legion's Quest. He's the game master at Legion's Quest. Now, we started this anniversary reveal with this image here. This is a custom die that was made. You have one right there?
I got one right here. This is the custom D20 with the 25th anniversary Four Horsemen logo on the 20 face. And everybody's going to get one of these tomorrow at LegionsCon. So, one caveat with this is while supplies last. We do have only a certain number of these. There is a very good chance that we are going to run out of this. So be aware of that. We will distribute these. The ash can we have plenty of. We'll be able to give that to every attendee here. The die we may run out, towards the end of registration. So just be aware of that, but we'll give them out as many as we can. Thank you guys very, very much.
You're in good hands with him. Hi, Bill.
No, I'm good.
Just keep holding your waters. Okay, so we're phoning a friend right now because we are running 30 minutes ahead of time. So we want to make sure that one of our next guests is available. While we wait for that next guest, let's take maybe a question or two from the audience. Nate Strong.
As the Director of Sales and Marketing, can you help clarify what denotes a pack and a pride for our 2 new figures here?
A pack and a pride?
Yes, you mentioned
Like
a
the
pack
lions.
for the hyenas, so how many do you foresee that is?
Oh, so you want me to tell you how many to buy?
Half a dozen.
You want me to give you official lore on how many to buy?
I mean, if you're going by the Lion King, you would say 3, but I think it's supposed to be double that, at least.
I would have said 3 for the cacklers as well. I think 3 cacklers together are going to look really, really cool. I kind of want to say the same thing for the Golden Pride. Something about, using 2 of the lion masks flanking the character, either, with the helmet off and cradling the helmet under his arm. From a display standpoint, that's what I will have in my display. If you want to go bigger than that, more power to you. 3 minimum. Any other questions? right back here.
With the miniature, will they be pre-assembled, or like a D&D miniature, or will they be like a Warhammer miniature you build?
That's still to be determined. So one of the things that Cam just said is that there's a number of different ways we can do the miniatures. We're still trying to figure out what's going to make the most sense. Are they going to be pre-painted? Are they going to be paint yourself? Are they going to be assembled? There's so many different options out there, and we're just trying to figure out what the options, like what the cost options and what makes the most sense for the game. So that's something that obviously as we get closer to the Kickstarter, we'll know more about.
As for the people in here, what would you want more? The unassembled, unpainted, or would you want completely assembled and fully painted?
Fully painted.
Wait. Raise your hand for unpainted, unassembled. Okay. Fully painted, fully assembled? Whoa. All right. Maybe we'll just do both. Right, Eric?
That's the right answer. That's the right answer.
If we're doing both, we need magnet arms so we can swap weaponry depending on what we're pulling out.
All right.
So it's on you to customize it.
Look at that market data right here at LegionsCon. We got you over there. I'm going to bring this off screen for a few seconds.
So just to answer the question so you can sell more, a pride is 3 to 15 on average.
So Pride is 15?
Yeah. and a pack is 10 to 100.
Okay, so a Pride is 3 to 15, a pack is 10 to 100.
So we'll say 15 and 100.
You heard it. Curtis?
You started the wave of the deal by saying you had to look back to look forward.
Yep.
So as you start looking forward, what does the future of Mythos look like?
Oh. Dude, that's a great question.
Don't tell me that.
I'm going to get back to that. Is it okay if I get back to that? Because I feel like that's more relevant. There's too much else going on right now to cover that. But so the question was, we're looking backwards, and what does the future of Mythos look like?
Regarding the RPG and the lore in the books, how closely are you and Cam working in terms of like the lore and the, like you have concepts of magic use and stuff like that over there, and then how does that play out? Are you guys working closely with that?
Yeah. Cam read the book.
Okay.
So Cam read the book as the start of him, well, not the start, but as one of the early stages. He read that, and he brought up a lot of questions. Like, he asked a lot of questions. He asked me a question like, how does time work in Mythos? And I was like, I've never considered how time works in Mythos. So lots of really great questions have gotten asked during this process. But the great thing is we want this to feel very, like, have a lot of synergy. So the lore that's happening in the actual book will be reflected in the game. I'm not sure if Cameron mentioned it, but the game is set in the Second Age prior to the start of the Second Great War. So the area that the time period that we've been talking a lot about with the rise of the Dark Four, that is right when this is set. I'm going to get to questions. We're going to have some more time after. For now, we're going to go back to the presentation because anniversary reveal number 4, very excited about this. We're going to talk a little bit about this before we bring up our special guest. We're introducing something today called Infinite Legions. So Infinite Legions is something that we've been talking about for quite some time. And the way that I like to summarize this is a line of figures that are created with the Legions build system. They're collaborative projects that reimagine characters and allow us to traverse new worlds with the Legion style. And let's unpack that a little bit. This idea of the Legion's build system is something we've talked about for quite some time. Tell us a little bit about what that means to you.
I mean, it's primarily the compatibility. I mean, that's ultimately what has been such a large part of the success of this line and the building of the community that surrounds Mythic Legions and Cosmic Legions. And so first and foremost, it's compatibility. These are all going to be items that are going to bring new parts to the parts libraries. They're going to be, again, compatibility is key. Also, there's the style. They're going to be in the style of what you've seen with Legion so far. So if we're tackling a character that you might be familiar with, it's going to be through the lens, through the Legion's lens, so to speak. And so, again, that idea of a build system. If you look at like Lego, for example, like they've created a build system long before they started bringing other types of characters into the world. But anything that they've brought in, it's seamlessly integrated into the existing world of what Lego is. And that's one of the ideas that we've had with Legions from the beginning is, we were so focused in on making these compatible that, for us, like thinking very forward, we love the idea of creating basically this form factor and this compatibility that, could go beyond just Mythic Legions or Cosmic Legions. And that's exactly what we're going to do here.
I remember the early conversations we had about Infinite Legions, where we looked at what we did with Figura Obscura. And, the great thing about Figura Obscura is it's allowed us to, as you just said, traverse these new worlds, explore these new types of characters in a style that very much it's Four Horsemen Studios, it's Legions. These are Legions figures. We've had so many, new Legionnaires tell us that their first ever purchase was a Figura Obscura. Like, I got that because I love the character. I knew it would be a great holiday display. And I opened it up. And I'd been aware of Legions for years, but because I didn't recognize the characters from any kind of popular media, I just hadn't picked them up. Now I grab this figure and I say, is this what Legions are like? So we loved that. And we started thinking about, like, should we get deeper into licensing? Is that the type of thing, we should look at? And we kept coming back to wanting to work with cool people. Because that's the other part of this phrase that you see here. It's not only created with the Legions build system to have compatible pieces, but it's collaborative projects as well. It's this idea of being able to, work with creators, work with artists who we admire their creations and want to bring that into the studio as well. That, to me, that's just as exciting as expanding the build system.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, that's, you mentioned licensing, and that's kind of, we like the idea of getting into new worlds and new characters, but the idea of just doing strictly traditional licensing has never really interested us. We've tried it before a little bit here and there. But we're interested in collaborating. We're interested in working with people that, that we love and admire. And, that, again, collaboration is the key word. And that's what we're looking to do here, that we're looking for that back and forth and for that joy of working together on something.
Yeah.
And that is what we're doing here.
We kept saying partners versus licensor or licensee. That's something that was important.
Yes.
So when we started talking about this, again, compatibility within a system, collaboration with lots of artists, we kept coming back to one name, someone that, we had to talk to when it comes to something like this. I'm going to bring up our special guest.
Wait a minute. Before you bring him up, I wanted to go back to the very beginning of Mythic Legions. The very beginning of Mythic Legions was supposed to be a 3 3/4 inch scale line, and it was going to utilize the system that Matt O'Neill Design came up with. And when it became a 6-inch scale line, that changed a little bit. But you know, we've been dear friends with Matt for decades, literally decades now, and we couldn't appreciate this partnership with you enough.
It's a huge, huge honor.
Yeah, so CB just pointed out, originally, I mean, we're really going back to the start where Mythic Legions was supposed to be Glios compatible. And even though that didn't happen, this compatibility aspect that has made Mythic Legions so popular, and beyond that, the supportive community that you've built with Glios, we really wanted to emulate that with our own community. So I feel like everything you built with Glios and with that community, it influenced so much of what we did. It permeates so much of the success of these 10 years for us. So to have you up here to talk about this new idea for Infinite Legions, it was a no-brainer.
It's what you guys have built, wherever, having any small part of, the creation of all the things that we do. It's what you guys have built is beyond belief. I mean, it's the most unique, independent toy anything that I think that there's ever been and ever will be. I've never seen so many creative forces, all individually doing something that's adding to this whole. It's constant. It's the ultimate form of independent manufacturing, I think. It's not just because I love you, it's because I could be a bastard, but it's just the truth. And I've gotten to know and watch this thing grow. It's phenomenal. And I've been in the trenches of the independent toy world for a long time. Everybody here has the same look in their eye and they care about it. It's something personal. So to have even a speck of, anything before it all went crazy, because you guys inspired me to begin with. So it's a super cycle.
Right.
Yeah.
I remember the, Magma Core and waiting in line for my child, to get this stuff. So it's a super, it's a snake in its tail, and it's couldn't be more fun. I love that we're all still able to do it. So yeah,
Absolutely.
it's the best. Yeah.
I mean, in the respect for the Glios community and the Glios artists, within our studio is incredible. I've said before that I got turned on to Glios because of LegionsCon. I'd never bought any of these, and I got one at LegionsCon, and I loved it. I got hooked.
Cannot stop playing with
You
them.
can't, but honestly, I will tell you, I love the toys. I love the people better. When I went out to dinner with you and your crew at PowerCon,
God help you.
I was like, oh, it was a big dinner. We had a lot of people, but we went out and we got to hang out at the hotel afterwards. And I mean, I said to Eric after, I said, I just want to support these artists' creations. I want to support what they're putting out there in the world because it's pure, it's wonderful. I want to be a part of that. So I've done a deep dive, and it's been incredibly rewarding to see lots of members of our Legions community say, man, Diego talks about Glios on the afternoon show a lot. What's this all about? I mean, how many of you have picked up a Glios in the last few years because of the influence of Legions? Yeah, so there's a lot of hands here. That's great. So super exciting. Your particular kind of, landmark character is Phaedon. So tell us a little bit, for people that may not know this character and a bit about his story, who is Phaedon?
I think that, I can be a loquacious fool. So the long and short of that is that when I was young, like probably half the people or more in this room, you have some creation when you're a kid and you gravitate towards it. It's probably you saw a cartoon or something, it sparked creativity. So I grew up, I was born in 73 and I had Star Wars, I saw Micronauts, all the things we all, all our receding hairlines can prove to. And it just always, little things always stuck. Tall guy likes little things, right? So I had this idea for this very simple, kind of like an alien, just a stupid bald alien, no mouth kind of thing. And it stuck and I iterate on it. And then when I got married, my wife also happened to like, little aliens and things like that. So one Christmas, we had no money, so we would make each other gifts. So I looked at one of her old drawings and I mixed it with this, and I built the first Faden out of plumber's compound and stick fizz joints. And I painted it, and I made leather. I still have the thing, and it's an embarrassment. But I gave it to her, and then she had gone, unbeknownst to me, and taken one of my drawings, and she built a stuffed version of it with an armature inside of it. So we gave each other these things, and then I really liked it, so she kind of kept it on the shelf. So then I decided I wanted to do little booklets. So long ago at San Diego Comic-Con, we make little booklets, and I would do Micronauts special things. And I put this character just for no reason in the background of one of the books. And everybody who bought that book didn't care about any of the other things that were in that book. Who was the little alien? And are you going to sell that little alien? So inevitably, I decided to figure out. I met up with this great guy who was a mentor to me, taught me how to cast urethane. So I started with these little figures, and eventually I made this one. All the little figures I spent all the time on. This one I put on the table. What's the only thing that sells? Again, this figure. I don't know why. The other figures have more detail, all this stuff. I thought they were the ones. It's never the one you think is going to be the one. It doesn't. I think it has a long life. So that's the one. And so I said, okay, we'll stop making the other ones and I'll make this one. And then eventually in 2006, I had a doorway to go to China. That's the figure that went. And then the rest, we're now in 18th year, 103rd wave, and just very quietly in the margins of the rest of the toy world. Just passion and luck and being inspired by the right people. And so this is just a testament to being lucky and New England work ethic, I guess. And it came from love. The figure came from making something for someone else. And that's, I think, this is why this all works so well, because you're all making things for yourself, but making it for somebody else. So when you're all in your custom arena, you're wanting to show it to somebody else. That gets lost at retail because you're buying it for you. It's a little bit different. You're buying it so you can do something to it to make it into something for somebody else too. So that's the heart of this, and that's why we still make it. It's still our cheapest figure, the figure we've made the most of. It's kind of the figure that still sells the best. Will probably be on my gravestone, or it'll put me in the grave. But it's when these guys, they're so humble to have so much ability, to have so much talent, and to be so humble. It just doesn't happen, On my best day I've ever been with good eyesight, a toenail to this guy. And so the fact that, the time has come to revisit these, because we've spent a lot of time working in production together. OSM, Power Lords, came real close. The best decision they ever made was to go to 6-inch, and everybody knows that. And that's why this has gone like this. I love little things, but big things bring more people together. So to see this character get the Treadway treatment, there's not many more things. I'd maybe see the kids graduate college. That's half the thing.
Well, on that note, you said seeing this figure get the Treadway treatment, that is the announcement, is this Infinite Legions line is going to surprise the heck out of you. The types of characters, the types of partnerships that we already have working are going to be incredibly diverse and incredibly surprising, but there was no way we could start this other than working with you, Matt. This is a work in progress, but we had to actually show it. The first Infinite Legions character that should be out in 2025 is our version of it. Eric, talk a little bit about getting to work on this project, what this has meant to you.
mean, you know, as you know, we've talked about, Matt's been such a huge, really part of our professional life of, you know, in the past couple decades, and, you know, such a great friend to me, to us, to the studio, and such an inspiration on so many levels. And, you know, both creatively and just as a human being. And that's, I think, part of why this is, for us, was such an obvious choice for this first collaboration, because, you know, this is coming from that place of love. And, you know, Matt and I have, you know, been on text, been on the phone so many times, back and forth, working on projects, collaborating, some of them seen, some of them unseen.
Hanging out at 5 a.m. at LegionsCon.
That is, we've shut the show down a couple times.
No sleep forever.
Yeah, that's what sometimes, you know, when you get together, sleep takes a secondary place. But to be able to come in and actually, you know, play in the sandbox with the, you know, the tentpole character of Glios and you know, Onel, it's just so cool and so much fun. And, you know, I mean, this is still a rough at this point. I did a rough, sent it to Matt just to kind of see like what it might look like on Legion's parts. You sent me back some drawings that then I went back and then copied the drawings on top of this.
Ping pong.
Yes, ping
Partnership,
pong indeed. And and this is exactly what we're hoping for with, you know, obviously with this figure, but with this line as a whole. It is that collaborative aspect and just, you know, the mutual respect. And, you know, it's not about just grabbing a hot license and trying to turn it over into a profit. You know, this is a figure that, you know, I'm excited to take a crack at Faden. Like, this is awesome. And so, I mean, yeah, like this just, again, it couldn't be the more perfect launch for Infinite Legions. You know, I'm looking forward to getting back into this and getting that ping pong going again until we get to that final place on the figure. And like, this is going to be fun. Like, even, you know, this is going to carry through from the figure design all the way, you know, into the packaging and you know, use of assets that Matt's going to bring to the table so that this isn't, you know, just a Faden in like a Cosmic Legions box. This is going to be fully branded and fully realized, but compatible with all the Legions that have come before this.
Your rough is better than my best. I love it. It could not be cooler, Eric.
Awesome.
Beyond belief.
I've got more pictures to show you later. So this is, you know, definitely, you know, we normally don't even show renders. So this is certainly at a teaser level at this point. But, you know, I think this is a very clear direction of where this figure is going to go. And, you know, it's just going to be, we're going to be adding more parts, you know, more features. So, you know, it's only going to get better than this from here.
And you've even said, because there's a whole story, you know, every time you do a wave, there's story that goes on it. And I loved when we first started talking about this, because I'm obviously a lore guy, and you were like, no, this Faden is going to factor into our story. There's going to be a reason.
To scale.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's going to be a
Everything's
reason.
To scale.
Yep.
Whether it's big or small, I always try to think of everything to scale, no matter what it is that comes in. So it's like some, you know, eternal, you know, like master version of it, better version of it. And then we can sneak little things in there, maybe some compatibility in the gun and the weapon, the phase armor, whatever it is. But I love that you guys are. I mean, that's why we hang out. We're all into the same things and keep building it out. I love it.
And I love having this as part of LegionsCon. You know, the Glios, yourself in the Glios group, mini GlideCon, that started in 2022 at the Secaucus. Yeah, so we're in the third year. The biggest group of Glyos artists to come to LegionsCon ever are going to be here.
Thanks to you.
It's
Thanks to you.
It's thanks to you for bringing them all together. This is just giving the platform, giving some tables. You've brought them all together. Incredibly excited. I encourage everyone who's at LegionsCon, if you haven't checked out these artists and these creations, they're going to actually be in this room. They're going to be right in that corner over there where Diego is. Check that stuff out. Do yourself a favor. Buy a lot of Legions at LegionsCon this week, but also buy some glass and bring that home.
Yeah, it's I've often described as hand candy.
Yeah, it's so
Like
fun.
once you get one of these little guys in your hands, like you just can't stop fooling with it. Popping, swapping, posing, and then you fit it in your pocket and carry it around all day.
That's the biggest part.
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
You got one here, right?
Yep. Right there.
Right in your pocket.
How many have a Glyos in their pocket?
That's
right
moonshine.
Well, Matt, I'll tell you a funny story. Is I wake up very early every morning, which means I tend to go to bed somewhat early. So there will be nights where my wife wants to watch a movie and I get on the couch, and if I'm just sitting there under my blankie watching TV, I'm out. So I need to keep my hands busy. I need to have something to fiddle with. So before we watch a movie, I go to my Glyos shelf, I pick a couple Glyos off, I go get under my blankie, and I just fiddle with Glyos.
We have to have your wife take a video of that and send it to us. Holy crap, that's a great visual.
See me, I think Glyos is a marital aid. That's the new catchphrase on the box.
But I love that. They're Eric said hand candy, just being able to just sit there and
The
play with
first
them.
articulated marital aid. I like that.
I stay awake. So
That's awesome.
this is great. So Infinite Legions, once again, this is an early look, but this is something that we have planned for 2025, with Faden being the first release. A lot more to show from this character, a lot more to show from this new Four Horsemen line as we go forward.
Absolutely.
Anything else you want to add?
Yeah. I
Thank you so much, man.
See,
Thank you,
thanks,
sir.
buddy. Thanks.
I remember back in one of my earliest San Diego Comic Cons, Matt came by the booth, and I think we were at McFarlane at that time. I don't think we had started Four Horsemen yet. I don't remember. And Matt came by the booth and asked if I wanted to go to dinner. I didn't have any plans to do anything. And so he took me down. There's this area behind San Diego Comic Con that is just a lot of shops and small restaurants and stuff. And he had me sit down at the table with a few of his other artist community that he had at the time, and a couple of guys that were, I think, were they Japanese? Yeah. And Matt was kind of translating the Japanese to me, which was pretty funny. But then the thing was, he kept jumping up and running away, and like he'd bring back a pile of burritos, and then he'd go back and jump up, run away, and bring back some cheeseburgers, and just like lots of food piled in the table. And he wasn't even sitting down to eat yet. He was running around making sure everybody else was taken care of before he even got started. And he finally sat down and had a couple of things. And that's the kind of guy Matt is. He's just always very welcoming, always provides for everybody. He's amazing. So we're lucky to be in a partnership with him.
So anniversary reveal number 5. We've just unveiled a new Legions line. As we said, these will be, smaller releases, obviously, in most cases, probably single figures and stuff, fully compatible with Legions. We have another new kind of line to reveal now. I mean, more of a sub-line though. Anniversary reveal number 5 is what we are calling Mythic Legions Legacies of Mythos. So this is something that solves a problem that we have at this stage in the Mythic Legions line, because we are at the point now where the narrative is moving forward. Okay, kind of to Curtis's question, the narrative is moving forward in a way that we need to start looking at the new story arc. But we realize that there are a number of figures, a number of characters from that first arc that people really want new versions of, right? We got a big bump in the room earlier when we announced version 2s of Aetheron and Xylona. So this was a challenge where we said, we know we want to move forward. Characters will have new looks, new stories, but what about those classic versions? So Legacies of Mythos will be releasing key Mythic Legions characters as updated figures in their classic looks. Eric, talk a little bit about, kind of the thought process behind this and what that means.
So, I mean, these are essentially like what we've been doing with 2.0 characters to a certain degree. Some of the 2.0 characters, like with, say, Scapular or Gideon, they're 2.0 versions, but they're almost to the point where they're in like a new costume, where they're definitely we've expanded upon their theme and their look. The approach with these is a little bit more of, I guess, in a way, like a true 2.0, where it's the look is similar, kind of more what we did with Attila in the 2-pack that we did there, or Gorgo, where they're updates. They're definitely brought up to the current standards of what we're doing with the line as far as detail, articulation, accessories, soft goods. But without kind of betraying that original look that that people are hoping to get their hands on, that maybe they haven't been able to because it's an older figure, a tougher figure to find. And so this is, like Jeremy said, this is kind of our way of finding a solution to some problems as far as how do we keep these characters in the line? How do we get characters to folks who have been looking for something they haven't been able to get for several years?
Yeah, I think one of the things we've talked about with this line is showing a little bit of restraint at times to keep the characters honoring the first versions of those, to keep them reflective. One of the great things you mentioned, Attila and Gorgo, even those, if you were doing new versions of now, would be much different, because the library has grown in terms of like the parts from the Necronominus wave for the Knights. So much has grown in the time since those that even new versions of them would be significantly improved just with the parts that we have now.
Right. That's exactly it.
Yeah. So that was the challenge is, I think we said, yeah, you want, Luke in the X-Wing costume and Luke in the Jedi costume, but you also want Farm Boy Luke, right? You want that original version, even if you're deeper in the story. So that's really where the idea of Legacies of Mythos was born. Now, we said this is a subline, so this is still in development. The idea here is that this is not going to be waves of figures. We're not going to be like, here's a 10-figure wave or a 7-figure wave. This is going to be more smaller releases, maybe 2-3 figures at a time, figures that maybe make sense to go together. That I think is exciting as well, because even with this wave being the smaller wave, the 320 all in, a lot of fans have asked us for those maybe smaller releases more often. So this fits right in with that mentality.
Yeah, I mean, it offers us some flexibility where and that's what we've learned over the past few years with drops like Figura or some of the surprise drop figures that we've done, that having that flexibility to offer waves but also offer single releases or small releases, sometimes in stock releases. It just gives us, like I said, more flexibility to, maybe get a character or a figure in that would be tougher to, squeeze into a wave. So it just, it allows us to be nimble and to get the right release out at the right time.
Yeah, I'm excited for this. This, I think, is going to bring a lot of new exciting ideas that people have been hoping for.
Yes.
So moving ahead on this, we're going to move to, I guess, the next segment, because we don't have to show anything for this, right?
No.
You want to see something? This is a reveal special.
It is a reveal special.
So as I said, this is still in development. But as of right now, coming in 2025, this is a big reveal that you've been asking for a long time. So,
lukewarm reaction.
Yeah, it's
about time.
So this is something that when we started talking about what characters do, did you see the level of energy in the room? Just like, whoosh. This is something we've been talking about for a while, and we knew that there was a desire for a version 2 of Otho. When we started talking about this particular subline, there was no doubt that Otho had to be the leader of that.
Right. He was the headliner, like, in some ways the reason for this line, if you really break it down. And this is, for us, this is tough because we, of Otho 2, like, or bring back Otho. This is a request we've gotten for quite a while now, and we know how we want to do it, when we want to do it, again, right place, right time. And so it's so hard to hold back that information and, or resist even putting it out sooner. But, knowing, what we've known about the way that the line's going to move forward, and that we needed an outlet to keep these, second age versions of these characters in play. Legacies of Mythos is something that, we knew we wanted to do it this year. It just, everything kind of came together at the right spot. And, there was no other figure that was going to be the lead in this particular line.
No. And I mean, this is just the start. Like, you look at this figure, and because one of the surprising things that we talked about this is we're revealing this very early. This is going to be in 2025. This is atypical of what we do. We love our surprises, right? So to reveal this early means that we're kind of losing something when it's actually time to reveal it. So we intentionally held some stuff back. You're not seeing everything about this figure here. This is a wonderful shot that Trevor took. I also love the fact that for those here at LegionsCon that know, this is a community photo. We've got the torches from Carver Customs in this photo. Looking in that background there, we've got one of those fountains from Drunk Gizmo Customs. I love Trevor doing that type of stuff, bringing, the creations of those other artists into this. So even just as a photo, this is great. But this sets the stage, and I think what we're seeing here is exactly in line with what you were saying. It's smart updates on the Otho figure. Don't want to talk too much about this because we want to save some stuff for that reveal. But I'm also running well ahead of time.
I mean, you mentioned showing restraint earlier, and this is one where, the decision making on the design of this figure, actually required some restraint because, again, the tendency with some of these 2.0s is to go a little more extravagant, a little more over the top. And for me, like in thinking about it and deciding how far to go with the embellishments on the armor and things like that, really required me to step back and think about who Otho is as a character, what makes the look of this character so cool, and why it's resonated so much with folks. And in making those decisions and making this where it is more of a just an updated version of the classic look rather than giving him big like lion pauldrons or something like that, which could have easily done, and I'm sure it would have made for a neat figure. Making those decisions, it was useful because I think it's going to set the stage for what this line is. You're not going to find some sort of surprise addition that's going to take away from what the core of that character was and has been. Certainly additions, but that basic figure should look very familiar, but in a better, more updated way to what that original piece was.
Absolutely. So Legacies of Mythos, look for this in 2015. Again, a lot more.
Not 2015.
It's me again with my dates back to 1999. I was trying to say 2019 the other day. Just making sure you're all on your toes. Totally intentional. Look for this in 2025. The character selection that we already have planned for Legacies, we've got 3 waves of these already planned. Very good stuff. So with that, I'm going to go over to Q&A. And I want to start with the question that Curtis asked, because you asked, we've spent so much time looking back. Today has been very nostalgic. Ashes of Agbendor was, a lot of characters from the First Age. Today, characters from the First Age, but we are moving that story forward. So you guys are all familiar. Everyone here is familiar with this map of Mythos. This is what we've had, this wonderful map that Nate Barch drew, showing the landmass of Mythos, showing, the different kingdoms that we've known, Leandor, Xylernia, Ophidian, and Etheros. This has been Mythos, and all of the adventures, all of the stories we've had for these first 10 years have taken place here. But one thing that we are going to realize as we've moved forward is that we have been looking at Mythos through a keyhole. The characters, the heroes, the villains of Mythos have been living under a bubble. They've been living in just a tiny portion of what is actually Mythos. A number of people have questioned whether once we were done with the Dark Four, if we would be done. With the Necronominous wave, you're going to be done. And then obviously we came back last year with Rising Suns. And then this year, a lot of people leading up to today were wondering, well, what are they going to do? What's the new wave going to be? And we went backwards. We went, back to the past. But we are moving forward. This new Mythos that we are going to see is going to introduce us to new creatures, new races, new factions, and new locations. So there's a lot more to come about Arc 2 of Mythic Legions, but we're here at LegionsCon 2024. This is the 25th anniversary of Four Horsemen Studios.
A bunch of our crew, our amazing, fantastic crew, just filed in back here for some reason.
Well,
They really are amazing. Like I always say that the fans are the biggest part of Four Horsemen, that you guys have made us who we are. But even though we're actually running the company, these guys are the heartbeat of the company. They really help us turn all of Mythic Legions, Cosmic Legions, and Figura Obscura into what it is today. So thanks, guys. Thank you, Joe.
So with that, we're going to give you one more reveal. We're going to give you a little bit of a tease of something that's coming new in this new arc that we're talking about. We're going to have to get up here. So
This is actual scale.
So obviously with a real reveal of this scale, we got to talk about this. So we're not done yet. We do need to pull this back a little bit though, guys, because we need to sit to be at the mic. That's good. That's good. So this is, I mean, this genuinely has been 10 years in the making. I mean, Corn Boy, since those earliest interviews where people, that was one of the most common questions even back then, are you going to do a dragon? And, you know, you famously said, we're going to do a dragon, but it's not just going to be any dragon. It's going to be a 3-foot dragon.
It's not exactly what I said. I said, we're going to try to do it. We're going to hope to do a dragon. And we kind of missed the mark on 3 feet. What is it, like 4.5 feet long or something like that?
So it's funny because when you first started talking about actually doing this, one of the first conversations we had was, what does 3 feet mean? What measurement is that? Is that realistic? And then as it started getting developed, it ended up being much larger. Like at one point, we thought that the largest measurement was going to be 3 feet. That's not even the largest measurement at all on this creature. I mean, this measures, and right now that tail is curled in this photo.
And on this prototype.
In this format, from the snout to that curved tail is 31 inches. So when you fully pull that piece out, it is well over 3 feet. It stands 22 inches from the bottom of his feet to the tip of his wing in this type of look. So Eric, tell us a little bit about creating Beathir.
So I guess since you're on the dimensions of it right now, I'll talk to that a little bit, because that that 3-foot mark was set so long ago. And like you said, it then became a question once you really got into this figure of, does that mean 3 feet tall? Does that mean 3 feet long? Does that mean a 3-foot wingspan? We realized very quickly 3 feet tall was out of the question, because this, you know, look at proportionally what that would end up. This figure might have been like an 8-foot long figure if we went 3 feet tall. So that was not going to happen. Wingspan and length were both very, very much within the realm of reality, and so both wingspan with fully open wings and length from nose to tail are both over 3 feet. I do think nose to tail, I think we are close to 4 feet long on this figure. No, there's a lot here. Looking at this here, like this figure looks very statuesque. When I saw this at the office, like I actually thought this looks more like a natural history museum display than a figure. But it is fully articulated. I think we were talking about the other day. I think this is actually the most articulated item that we've ever done. I mean, at the smaller scale that the hyena is, but this is the most articulated thing we've ever done. So, it's articulated much in the way that the horse or the bear will be, with all, in every joint in the limbs is a ball jointed joint. It's got a mid torso ball joint. It's got it at the base of the neck. It has a ball joint. The neck is broken up into several different sections. The base of the head is articulated. The jaw is articulated. The wings have ball joints in it. And then I don't remember the count. The tail is made up out of, 20 plus pieces with joints at every segment leading into a bendy tail at the end. So as you can see in this photo that we've got up here, and more of kind of its base pose on all 4 feet, and then already here seeing like how dynamic the posing is going to be able to be on this figure. And with it being as big as it is, there's a lot of considerations made on this piece of how to make sure the wings stay up, how to make sure that the weight of the figure can be withstood in a display. And so tremendous amount of engineering and back and forth with the factory has already happened on this figure. So it's by far the most complex thing we've ever done on every single level. But get back to the size. Like, one of the things, if you look at the wing design on this and the fact that the tail can curve around, when trying to make a 3-foot dragon, at the same time, we're also trying to consider what does this mean for people's displays? Like,
shipping.
Shipping. That's another conversation altogether. But that's why like the wing design is what it is. It's like the wings can be kind of folded in together and compacted to where the hope is that this figure will be able to sit on top of a bookshelf. It's it can compress enough. Or if you've got more room to display it, the wings can splay out and the tail can stretch out. You can curve the figure around and, it have a larger footprint. But yeah, there's.
Yeah, we can't ship it out to you. You're going to have to come to the studio to pick it up.
It's not a bad idea.
That would eliminate some of the challenges.
Yeah.
So, one thing that I think is incredible about this, and I'm going to, please bear with me, I'm going to gush for a minute, okay? You sculpted every single scale, every, horn, every little bit of texture on this. This is all 100% hand scaled. So you literally must have said, after doing every piece of fur on Bodvar last year, you were like, how do I make my life more challenging for 2024?
It felt like that was the decision at times. This is by far the most time that's ever been spent on a Mythic Legions item. And that's on my end as far as the sculpting, but really, this was such a team effort on this. Everybody in the studio, had input on this in some way, whether it was physically having their hands on it at some point in the process or being part of the discussions about, what makes a dragon tick, like what the lore is going to be like, because it's just such a big item and such a big deal for us. Like, it was just everybody's geeking out over the possibilities, and it's just there's so much fun just talking about it, and it's the color of it, the type of articulation that it's going to have, and it was a lot of back and forth, and I don't know. It just was, like I said, it was very much a group effort on this, and just up until this last week, like, everybody's been just putting everything into this piece, and it really, for our anniversary as a company, our anniversary of the figure line and stuff, like, it just, it's like the perfect capper to all of that.
For sure. So let's talk a little bit, because we got some other specifics to talk about, and then certainly get back to it. I have to imagine that some of the Q&A questions are going to ask about Beathir. So one of the things you mentioned, lore. That was one of the questions early on when we started talking about a dragon, was why haven't we seen dragons in Mythos already? Like, it was important to us that this made sense story-wise, that it wasn't just like, oh, we're doing the dragon 10 years in, because this is the point where our community has made it, financially possible for us to do something of this scale. We wanted it to also make sense in the lore. So we've been working hard on that. A little bit to read here, the kind of build up to this particular character. The 5 pillars of the first world, which we've heard that phrase earlier today in the bio for Arraya the Talon Bearer. So again, that's a thread we planted that we just happen to pull already. The history books of Mythos tell of various scaled races and beings who have long since vanished from the realm. Even the Dragosair are nearly unknown across Mythos in the modern age, and the mighty behemoths whose traits they are said to share have long been considered little more than fantasies told to children to distract and amuse. While it is true that there were once strange cults who worshipped ancient creatures they called the 5 pillars of the first world, those religions and their misguided followers vanished an age ago. Long has this been the accepted truth of Mythos. True dragons did not exist. But then a great tremor shook the world and everything changed. The realm suddenly grew larger and dragons flew in Mythos once again. So some specifics. Beathir, we are expecting this to be a pre-order campaign in January of next year. This is something that needs to be done campaign style. A creature, a figure of this scale. This is a fully articulated, gigantic dragon. I would hazard to say this is the most ambitious action figure that's ever been attempted. We've seen gigantic play sets. You've worked on gigantic play sets. This is a fully articulated figure. It is a fully painted figure. This is going to be on display all weekend. You are going to get to see the incredible paint detail on this figure. But when we put it up, it will have minimum purchase requirements for us to be able to actually produce it. We don't have all the answers right now. At this point, production run will be strictly limited to pre-orders received, which means this is not something at this size and this cost. At this size, Cookie's like, you're not putting those in the warehouse. No way. This is not something that we expect to order extras of to sell afterwards. Because of the nature of the size, this is also something that we expect will only be available from Four Horsemen Studios. Again, we're still working out the details on what this campaign looks like. More on that as we start the new year. But the plan right now is that you are going to be able to pre-order this in January 2025. Conveniently, right after the pre-order ends for these. But we've got one more thing to show you. So when you were doing Beathir, there were so many other things you wanted to add. I mean, to keep this figure, you know, we're still working with the factory to find the right way to get this produced at a price point that we're comfortable with. So there was a lot of other things that could have been added. Instead of putting it right on to Beathir, we decided to create an accessory kind of add-on. So before we talk about what we get with this thing measures 70 inches from the tip of the fire burst to the tip of the tail. 70 inches. This thing is almost 6 feet long. So, Eric, tell us a little bit about what we're getting in the accessory pack.
Okay. So, like Jeremy said, like you just got to the point where we're realizing, you know, this figure is so big. There's a lot that we want to do with it. We need to figure out a way to kind of partition things off so that people can customize their purchase a little bit. When we're getting up into these, you know, a high price range like this, large boxes, you know, the shipping, all that sort of stuff. So this set was our answer to that. And, you know, I think the first thing everybody sees here is the giant flame burst, which it's a you know, flame stream burst, whatever, and then there's a separate ring of fire that it kind of goes down and it nests into. Much like we talked about the heads earlier, this base figure here has an articulated jaw, so you can get a number of looks out of that head. This set includes a custom head where it is that fully expressive head where it's more than just an open mouth. There's actual the anatomy reflects the expression on the face, and that head will have you'll be able to take the fire out and it'll have a tongue that goes in its place. So you can either have it just as the more expressive head or set up with the fire effect. It's got additional neck parts so that it can go from this more upright, kind of majestic look to the more aggressive, fire-breathing look. And then it has the absolutely gigantic, fully open wings, which, these are the folded up version. These are substantially larger and, more spread out for just a fully, I don't know, it just fully expansive space stealing look that it puts together.
I'll take 4 of them. My girlfriend can move out. I'll take 4 of them. I'm kidding. Sorry, Brent.
So one of my favorite photos that Brad took at the studio, again, it's hard to see, even with these measurements, right? It's hard to see how big a scale that actually is. But this photo absolutely shows that scale. And Eric, you've pointed out that this particular photo with the horse, that's what you love, is seeing that, because people have talked about our horses are big, chunky, solid figures. So to see the dragon next to that horse is incredible.
Yeah, for some reason, that's the part of that just sells the size difference to me. I guess because they're both four-legged creatures, and so it's a more direct comparison. And I mean, that horse, it just looks like a little miniature pony next to that dragon.
What have you done?
Yeah, I think, and going back to that size shot of this, like one of the things here that I don't know, it's just like a surreal kind of moment with this figure for me is, being a kid growing up in the 80s, like the absolute benchmark for large scale toys and something that it was always like the rich kid down the street had, and it seems like nobody actually had, was the G.I. Joe aircraft carrier. And we looked at the dimensions of the aircraft carrier. We look at what this is from flame to tail here, and like we're in the same conversation as that now, which for me that is just an unbelievable spot to be in, because I mean that has like held the title forever. So I'm not one of those kids who had the aircraft carrier, but I would love at some point to see this dragon set up like this on an aircraft carrier.
So a few things I want to cover, but one thing I will let everyone in the room know is, in an act of incredible indulgence, not only is this on display this weekend, so is this. We have two dragons here. So there will actually two cases with these different looks, the base figure here and with the add-on kit on display at LegionsCon. One of my favorite stories about this, and again, when we first started talking and you were thinking of the size, trying to figure out, well, 3 feet, Corn Boy said it was 3 feet. We got to make it 3 feet. Yep. What measurement is that? You made it a certain scale. We printed it, and we immediately felt it was too small. It was gigantic, but it was too small. And I can remember being in the studio, and we had just the dragon head, and we put it like in your hand. It looked massive. But you put it next to a horse, you put it next to a troll, and we said, no, it's not big enough. So you had it printed at 10% larger, and then said, let's also do 20% larger just to see what it would look like. It came out, and everyone was like, big one.
Yeah, because with the dragon, if you're looking at the outer dimensions of it, a lot of the figure is neck, a lot of its tail, a lot of its wingspan. And so we did our measurements. We certainly put a lot of thought into it before we did that initial print. And we hit all those specs. But then, when it came out, that middle, that core of the figure, that body and the limbs, it didn't look big enough. I think for me, it was that the front arm was very similar to the size of the troll arm, and like that was just. This shouldn't be comparable with the troll in any way, except for dwarfing the troll. And it was funny. Like there's no question. Like anybody in the studio, because we did the head sizes at the different scales, and nobody thought anything would work except for that 20% one. So very happy that we did that.
So I put my foot in my mouth recently. And a number of people have reminded me about that. I was so excited on Mythic Conversations one night, and I was talking about G-Con, and I said the phrase, we're going to do something that the entire toy collecting community is going to be talking about. And I've had multiple people throw that at me in a wonderful way and say, you told us, the entire toy community, you told us. And I knew it would live up to it. I didn't have any worries that it wouldn't live up, that we wouldn't get the reaction that we got. But it was funny that I said that. And as soon as I got off, I just thought to myself, oh no, I put my foot in my mouth, but I think we lived up to it. So when we do this in January, when we do this campaign, there are still some things that we're figuring out, not only price point. Price point, I would love to give you a price right now, but it would be premature to do so because we're working to get it to a point, like I said, that we feel comfortable with, that still makes sense to do this project. Like a lot of campaign, we have some other things planned. I know Trevor had suggested actually making this rock diorama into something. Curtis just messaged me about it as well. I mean, it's a cool idea. I don't know that that's not something that we had discussed originally, but there's a lot of different ideas on the table. So we'll see, but we are very excited to be able to present this today, to have it here this weekend. And we certainly ask for your support when this goes up in 2025. You've asked for a dragon for all these years.
We finally got our dragon.
I just want to thank Sherry for the amazing paint job.
So one thing to look forward to as well is, because this was such an incredible project at Four Horsemen Studios, we've been taking video every step of the way of the creation of this amazing toy. Brad Treadaway, who joined our studio, he's been doing some wonderful video work for us. If you saw the videos, we posted for the Figure Obscura Frankenstein's creature release for the Graveyard Skeletons, that was all Brad taking those, and he's put together something very special, a little mini documentary on the birth of the dragon. Want to keep this buzz going, so we're hoping to drop this probably in a couple weeks. Just right as you're coming down off that Legions, con, that Mythic week kind of high, we're going to get you back with this. You're going to remember all this. But Curtis, to your question, what does the future of Mythos look like? I got a little something that I'll read. One of the ancient dragons known as the Five Pillars of the First World, the green dragon that makes its home in the deep forests of the West, is called by many names. Beathir the Green, the Pillar of the West, and the Warden of the Wood being a few of these monikers. Beathir was the first of the pillars to emerge in the modern age of Mythos. This mighty dragon looked out upon a landscape that was both familiar and strange to him. In the middle of the Great Sea, an area where no land should have existed, a new continent now lay. Flying high above these uncharted lands, Beathir looked down and saw a golden tower rising high into the sky, its sides adorned with the likeness of mighty beasts. Strange beings gathered around the tower's base, pointing to the skies with fascination in their eyes as Beathir circled high above the tower. The Pillar of the West could sense the threat before him. This land and its people did not belong. They were intruders in the world he had known for so long, and their presence had to be dealt with. Flying back towards his den, Beathir knew what he had to do. He could not remember the last time all five of the pillars woke at the same time, but he also could not remember a threat as dire as what he saw before him now. He must awaken the others, and together they would decide what must be done to save the world of Mythos. Everyone, happy 10-year anniversary to Mythic Legions. Happy 25-year anniversary to Four Horsemen Studios. Thank you all for getting together and building what you've built. Here's to many more years of toys and stories to come.
Thank you, everybody. We're ready for LegionsCon 2024. This is because of all of you. Thank you. Love you guys. Hey, I gotta go pee.
So with that, we will actually go to Q&A for real this time. We will spend a little bit of time in here. We'll answer some questions. There are no more reveals, I swear it. All right? I'm positive. Oh. All right, so we've got some time for some questions. Dusty? Yep. So with the sideshow deal, they're doing the sculpting. So, I mean, they are licensing Mythic Legions from us. So it's a very collaborative project, but they are actually doing the sculptures. We didn't give them the digital files and say, oh, you can use these. Rendering characters in their format at their scale is very different than what we do. So it made sense for them to start. And they're such incredibly creative artists on their own right. We want to see them do that. Van?
Yes, we know that the dragon has been done. We finally got that. We can go ahead and move on to the the dragon scale after.
So there's a question online at whether or not the dragon is roto. That's one of the things that we're looking into is what parts of it could be roto, because that's something that can help us, change the costs a little bit. Again, all of that is absolutely going to be things that we're looking at.
And Afros, we'll see.
Yeah.
I'm really excited for the RPG game.
Yeah.
And the Four Horsemen die is really cool. Have y'all thought about doing faction themed dice sets?
Yeah.
It's a great idea. So
Thank you.
I think that could happen.
Awesome.
Do you want to answer that, Cameron?
Yeah, that's my hobby is role-playing gaming and tabletop gaming. So I've talked to Eric and Jeremy at length about all the cool stuff we want to do with it. And faction dice are like one of the first things that came up. So, yeah.
The question there was whether or not we've considered doing faction dice in addition to the die that we showed today. Joe.
Will the dragon come with instructions on how to save my marriage?
Oh.
Yeah, drop one
Yeah,
more
I guess
bomb out for sure.
Real question, do you guys ever put the thought to having the dragon possibly have like a saddle, have dragon mounts? That's something that
You gotta take that?
Yeah. So the question there was whether or not we've considered giving the dragons saddles. It was something that we talked about quite a bit. I'm sure it's something that 3D printers and makers are going to do. We purposely chose not to do it here because in the lore, it just doesn't make sense for what we're doing with these dragons. But with that being said, I mean, these particular dragons that we're talking about are the 5 pillars of the first world. We're opening up Mythos. So that's not to say that we will not see other types, sizes, shapes of dragons in Mythos where that in our lore would be more appropriate.
I'm going to go to one of the questions online. And I was just told I need to repeat the questions. The answer you just gave was, will it come with a saddle? We got a good question online here. Are the Ifrit's forearm overlays or plugs? I think he means the little bracers. Those are separate pieces, right?
No, the bracers are they're
okay.
solid.
They're plugs.
Yeah, it's like an articulation point. If the question is the flames, those are overlays.
Yeah, so the flames are overlays. The wraps are basically plug-in type pieces, like
If
many
you,
legions.
Right, if you have a brute scale
Yeah.
figure, that's the same setup as like a Varius or Calazir or any of those characters.
Another question was, so the base dragon has folded wings, movable jaw head, and the more upright neck piece, and the accessory set has the spread wings, straighter neck, fire breathing head, and fire effect. That is 100% correct.
Yes. One thing I don't know if I don't remember if it was in the pictures, but we didn't mention the base figure for the front legs has both the flat feet for standing and the claw hands, which are large enough to hold a standard Mythic Legions figure.
Yeah. Some people are asking in the chat actually if the dragon's a bad guy, and I think it's more nuanced than that. I think that when we look at what's going to be happening, the dragons themselves are very complex characters. There's some pretty powerful characters within our story.
Yes.
In the back.
So in all of your pictures and mock-ups of that, you have the scale of weight. How about weight? How much estimate would it weigh?
That's going to depend on how it's built. So depending on how much is rotocast will be much lighter, like the trolls. So if anyone doesn't know what rotocast is, the trolls that we did in Mythic Legions that have hollow bodies, those are rotocast.
Yeah, primarily. I think the head, hands, and feet are solid PVC, whereas the majority of the body is hollow roto. But yeah, that's a to be determined on this one for sure.
So Douglas Tupper is asking the dragon and the cultist, why use Asian over European? So that cultist is part of the sect of Arraysius, not Beathir. So that cultist is not necessarily tied into this particular one of the 5 pillars. Maverick?
So what's, I guess, some of the design concepts we saw between incorporating the 4 beasts into Leoddeus' armor when Bassylia just has more Mesoamerican inspired and doesn't really incorporate, it seems, her siblings, I guess.
It kind of, I guess the idea is that Leoddeus is
Eric,
kind of.
Let me replace that.
Sorry.
So the question was, what was the decision to incorporate the kind of sigils and motifs of the other great beasts in Leoddeus' armors and not Bassylia's, and to go more with Mesoamerican on her?
And so really with that, we've already established the look of Zelona and Aetheron years ago, who don't have that mixed, that mixed motif on the armor. And so with that established already, the idea is more that Leoddeus is almost kind of like the Bannerman type character, the almost like the mascot of the team, if you want to put it that way. And so that's why, the decision and he's a very large canvas to play with too. So to incorporate all that into the armor made a lot of sense. But yeah, I mean, it's essentially like this idea that he is kind of the one that, is the first in the lineup in battle. And, that's why we even included it in his soldiers where it's on the shield. So that's really, that is their motif, as opposed to like the Mesoamerican is on Bassylia. Aside from the Roman motif, their motif is that it is that unified group of characters.
Chris.
With the role-playing game being announced, and we know that there's numerous hobby paint companies in the community that people use for customizing and stuff like that. What do you think the community would think, or even the studio, if there was a collaboration with the community, possibly the studio, and a major hobby painting company?
I mean, the question was with the announcement of the RPG reveal and the minis line, and with all the customizing we do, what would we think about with a collaboration, a partnership with a major paint company? We're always interested in working with good people. So if the situation presented itself, we certainly would be willing to listen. I think there were some cool things that could come out of something like that.
We actually did have some discussions about, doing like custom paint sets for certain types of figures, whether they were mythic figures, cosmic figures. So yeah, I mean, that might be in the cards. Absolutely.
So what I actually did, just to touch on that really quick, there's a paint company called Monument Hobbies. They do pro-acrylic paints. I actually reached out to them, and they actually gave us a discount code for the community and potential product giveaways as well.
Oh, wow.
So for today, it's not just like a one-time use code, it's a multi-use code. It's not much, it's 5%. Coupon code is Mythic Legions to all. And it's not just like a temporary 30-day thing. This is going to be an ongoing.
Sweet.
Very cool.
That's amazing.
That's very good. Yeah.
Very
I don't
cool.
know, do we ever use that brand paint?
I said, what,
The code is Mythic Legions to all.
What's the name of the paint?
paint?
Monument Hobbies.
No, but that's okay.
No, we should try it. Definitely
You have-
try it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I use Monument Hobbies for my own stuff at home, and it's great. It works great. I don't think I have any in the studio now, but I'm familiar with
Yeah,
their
that's
pro stuff.
Yeah, but thank you. That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Michael.
Regarding the lore of the dragon, is there any significance or hidden meaning behind the name? And who thought of it and how did you come to that? It's awesome.
I mean, that naming the dragon was one of the hardest parts of the dragon, because it was first, it just wanted a certain, these are monumental characters and powerful characters, so it needed to have a certain ring to it when it rolled off the tongue. So part of it was just kind of having, how many syllables, what the word would end with and all that. And then doing research, in this particular case, into dragons, into like woodland type myths and things like that. And we ultimately settled on the Beathir name because it was based off of an ancient Scottish word for dragon. And just with this being, you look at the color scheme here, and it's obviously very attached to the earth and the woods and the trees and stuff like that. And so looking, it's a Scottish origin made a lot of sense for that. So yeah, it was a drawn out process, but we finally came to something that we were happy with.
Yeah, we had a lot of different potential names as we looked for the right type of feel. Yeah, that was a challenge. That was the one of all the figures here. I guess that makes a lot of sense that's one that took the longest.
Yeah.
We got a question here that actually says, When did production on the Dragon begin? And by production, I think they mean, when did you start working on the Dragon? When did you sit down and say, now we have to have a Dragon?
Really the first of this year. Like I you know, this is one that we knew this was going to be a huge project. You know, there's kind of a weight attached to it that, you know, just, I don't want to say hanging over my head because that sounds negative, but it's just something I knew that we needed to tackle.
Yep.
So started at the very beginning of this year. Also with keeping in mind that we wanted to get it over to the factory as soon as possible so we could start the production process and troubleshooting and all that. So yeah, I started it at the beginning of the year. You know, by probably mid-year, we had it over to the factory. So the factory's had this for a long time.
Yep.
They've been engineering joints and, you know, so the good news with this too is that it's actually even though it's a big complex project, it's actually much further along in the process than something we would normally reveal at this time of year.
Curtis?
You had said that Bassylia had been kind of designed before the first Kickstarter. Did any hand sculpted parts make it in the final design, or is it 100% digital?
100% digital. So the question was, any of Bassylia like sculpted back during the original design phase in clay, hand sculpted, and so the answer is no. That she was designed, you know, way back at the beginning before that first Kickstarter, but she never made it into the sculpting phase. So yeah, and even if she would have happened during Advent of Decay, some of her parts would have been like a 50-50, because that was like kind of when the development was about half and half at that point. But you know, now she's fully digital.
Awesome, thanks.
So you let us know we're going to get Ethron 2 and Xylona 2. Should we expect them as part of the Legacies of Mythos line, or are they going to head their own wave? And then do we have to wait a full year for them, or they come a little sooner?
It's a great question. We don't have the answer. We've talked about potentially they could fit in Legacies. There's a number of different options for it. We just wanted to make sure that people knew they were coming. So they didn't feel like if they don't have those figures, they were going to have, you know, holes in their collection. But exactly how we put them out, that's something we still need to figure out where they fit. As far as how long you're going to have to wait, again, there's a lot of other projects going on. We'll have to figure out where those can slot in. Yep.
Are the 5 pillars all dragons? Is that what you're saying?
So the question was, are the 5 pillars of Mythos all dragons? Yes, they are, but not necessarily all exactly this. Yep. Again, those remain to be seen. I mean, obviously, any investment that we make in something like this, if we are fortunate enough to be able to do this figure, we're going to have to reuse these parts. You know, it would be, I mean, unless the support for it is so overwhelming that we can create brand new dragons every time. There's a lot, because the question that was asked was, if we do these other dragons, a fire dragon, an ice dragon, would it be a whole new dragon? Like everything we've done with the studio, there's going to be some parts reuse. There's going to be smart new parts added.
Right. And I mean, it's also to say that, you know, we're always flexible as a studio. So it could, you know, and this is just completely making stuff up here at this point, but say we're able to sell in a few dragons at this scale and, you know, we were in good shape, but it looked like it was waning support or whatever, then I don't know, maybe the you know, 4th and 5th pillars might be smaller dragons. But you know, that all remains to be seen. And again, we that's why we like to keep, you know, to keep the development and you know, concepts of this line flexible, so that you know, we can deliver in a way that people are comfortable with it, happy with it, and excited about it.
Okay.
Sherry, how long did it take you to paint that, and did you get the extra days off when you were done?
Would it take me 3 days? No, I'm kidding. Forever. It felt like forever for me, right? Like,
It was, I would
month
imagine.
and a half, month, 3 weeks? I don't know, a long time.
Yeah.
Long parts, a lot of parts. Yeah.
Pictures of it flying.
Of it flying?
Well, just, yeah, like wings outstretched.
No, we did. That's a question for Trevor. You can ask him why he didn't. The wings are out. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. The one out there, the wings are out.
I think if it flew, Joe would have probably like passed out. we don't want these things flying yet. You know what I'm saying? No.
Joe's been
Not
very
yet.
excited about this whole project. And I think the documentary, we got to see an early clip of the documentary, and it's a wonderful look at Four Horsemen Studios and at this project.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Curtis.
With the Legacies of Mythos, is that going to have its own separate packaging? And as far as like on Four Horsemen, will it fall under Mythic Legions, or is it going to have like its own section?
So the question was, will Legacies of Mythos have its own packaging? Will it fall under Mythic Legions on the website? Let me explain what early teasers mean. It means we don't have all the answers yet. That all still remains to be seen as well. In the back.
I'm asking, like, since you can get that, like, the factions, we're assuming that, like, we're gonna have, like, hero factions from different lands, villain factions from different lands, and independent factions from different lands. But I'm curious to see, like, would they carry a different flavor? That's like kind of like distinct from the one that's currently in the keynote as opposed to the one from the person we haven't seen. Let's say for the independent factions, it's like we currently have the assassin factions, Assassin the Red Star, and for Noble Fair, the Progress of Fortress. But do you see any like kind of genre that you might want to touch upon?
So I think the question is, as we expand the realm of Mythos and we get new heroic, new evil factions and so forth, will we see some different cultural designs? Will we see even maybe some of the characters and races that we already know presented in different ways? Do you want to take that?
Sure. Yes. A simple answer is yes. This is our moment to really expand on what Mythic Legions is all about. The way the characters look, the way that they interact, the way that allegiances line up, and certainly, that again, like this is why we said we wanted to go back before we went forward, and this does start to kind of tease some of those those questions of seeing these Mesoamerican inspired characters, a bit of African influence on the knoll and things like that, and that is very much again we've purposely held back certain character types and certain creatures and things like that for a while now, and again it's tough because people would ask like, well, why can't we get this creature, this type of character? And we always say there's a reason for it, but we can't always say why.
Yep. I'm going to go to a couple of the online questions. So we have one that says, what time will the wave be up for pre-order? So it goes up at 5 p.m. today at storehorseman.com. And then Zach is asking, is Infinite Legions an opportunity to play with licenses and IP? Which, we kind of talked a little bit about that, the difference between, wanting to just go out and hunt down licenses and do partnerships. But certainly, we called it Infinite Legions because it means infinite possibility. So I think the short answer is, yeah, there's a lot of potential things that we could play around there.
Yeah, it is in some respects, it is licensing. You know, if you want to boil it down, but it's doing it in a way that we really have specific ideas of how to do it that goes beyond just a typical license. And it's you know, we're trying to create partnerships and collaborations, but you know, I guess end of the day, it is, you know, getting characters that exist outside of what we normally do and bringing them into the company and into Legions.
We've got this question online a few times. The Windaji head, they're asking if that would work on a centaur or any other figure. So is that a 1.0 ball head under there? Is the neck more forward or something?
The neck is more forward. I mean, I'm sure customizers could make it work, but the neck piece kind of clamps down over a standard ball joint in the neck, and then it extends out, and then it's actually got a barbell joint in the front end of the neck. So it's got quite a bit of range of motion. But yeah, it is an atypical neck joint.
Cornboy has a question.
What?
When are we going to see the Grisha reveal?
Never. We gotta keep some mysteries around at least for a while.
We got another question online. Will the dragon be articulated enough where it can lay down as if, say, lying on a hoard of gold? Well, can you get it into a laying pose? Or I think is the way the sculpture, it just won't go that way.
I think there's a version of that will work. I mean, this thing is so big and it's so heavy, and it is, you know, it's still a prototype. So
there's only so much,
there's only so much experimenting that we can do with it as far as trying to get it into a pose like that. But I mean, you know, again, every joint in the arm and leg is, you know, a ball joint style joint. So, you know, I think there's a way where you could probably get something like that, or at least if you've got a mound of gold that, you know, it could kind of contour itself to.
I got another question here. For the dragon, will there be other colors offered, or will other colors be reserved for the other dragons? So this particular dragon, this is Beathir the Green, and you know, we use that as one of the dragon's nicknames specifically to kind of point out that the color does matter to this particular character, because that's what it is. This is not a nameless beast. Beathir is a character that's going to be part of our new story, as will the other of the 5 pillars. I think the one thing we can say is the other 4 pillars aren't green.
Right.
Yeah, and it wouldn't never be a situation where we would just do a straight repaint of this. It would have to have, you know, at the very least a new head, just so that it reads as a, you know, its own individual character.
Absolutely. Maverick?
So depending on how the Dragon pre-order goes, could that potentially incentivize or inhibit future development for other larger scale characters like Old Giants, Tree People, et cetera, et cetera?
The question was, depending on how the campaign for the dragon goes, could that help or hinder future large-scale projects like this? I mean, of course, you know, there's a business reality. We love what we do. We want to put cool stuff out, but at the end of the day, we've got to be able to run the business. So if it proves not viable to do something like this, that would certainly be a decision. But if this proves to be as successful as we expect it will be, it will embolden us to be able to do amazing pieces like this going forward.
And I will say, I mean, I don't think there's many pieces that we would do that would be this large. Like, you know, even if it was a giant, you know, a giant would not be as involved of a project as this. So I don't, you know, I don't, if for some reason it did not work with this, like it would make us reconsider how to approach that kind of thing. But say it was a giant that's, you know, half the figure that this would be, it wouldn't discourage us to the point where we wouldn't explore that type of thing. We just would have a, you know, a reality check that we would have to factor into our development.
This project's
I hope you're right. I hope you're right.
What did he say?
It's not going to fail.
David?
With the Infinite Legions, will Eric be spearheading all of the sculpting, or will it be open to other creators similar to like Lios, where other people create designs that are compatible with Legion's bodies?
So the question was, with Infinite Legions, will Eric be sculpting everything for that, or will it open up the opportunity for other creators to do stuff that are Legions compatible?
I mean, the plan as of right now is that I will be doing the development on it, because I think just the part of the there's the compatibility part, but the style part is, taking those characters and filtering them through our eyes. I think, what you're talking about there would be a completely different style of collaboration, and probably, maybe down the road another line. But yeah, for this, it's more of trying to, to pull in things outside of Legions and integrate it visually and structurally with what we have existing.
So we're going to be wrapping up. We said we were going to be done at 4. We're done a little bit before that, but I think that we're all a little wiped out. I know that we'd like to get into the rest of the hotel. LegionsCon is getting ready to get started. Setup is going to be here soon, and I know we all want to be a part of that. So with that, we want to thank everybody who tuned in live to be a part of this, everyone who joined us here in the room. Those who are in the room, stick around after we go off air. We got a little surprise. Some Mythic Legions enablers want to say hello to everybody and make some kind of announcement. But for those at home, thank you very much for joining us. 5 p.m. tonight at Four Horsemen, Mythic Legions, Reign of the Beast. That pre-order goes live. This monster behind us is not part of that wave, but he will be available in January 2025. Follow us on social media. Follow us, on Instagram, Facebook, sourcehorseman.com for all your information. Everybody, thank you very much. With that, we are done. G-Con 2024.